Recording in progress. Sí, cómo no. Good morning and welcome to this forum. We'll be getting started in about 5 minutes. We do ask you to take your seats now, and we will be getting started shortly with this event, which has been highly expected and awaited at a point in time when things are so particularly relevant to this topic. Thank you. Good morning once again. We would ask you all to take your seats, please, and we will be getting started now. For those who are joining us and are still outside on the terrace, we would ask you to come inside and find your seats, please. We are about 1 minute away from getting started, so do come back to the main room. And just as soon as we're all ready, thank you. Thank you all for joining us today. Particularly, our thanks to the organizers of this event. Of course, we thank El País along with Illuminate in this very important forum and at such a special point in time in our country for women and for the entire world, especially in an election moment when women are becoming more and more important as key players, as we see daily in the news. This forum is called Women in Power, Political and Representation and Technology in Elections. Our thanks to all those who are following us live or through streaming in Spanish and today in English and Portuguese as well at different parts of the planet. Before we start the forum, we have prepared a video of this project that has been uh, done jointly for Latin America and for our region by our organizers. I'm talking about El País and Illuminate, a project called Leaders in Latin America, which has as its goal to promote this leadership of women and non-binary people in uh, this world, and of course to promote a more inclusive democracy in different parts of Latin America. This project, as I mentioned also, is the fruit of this collaboration between these two important organizations. So let's start our video.
Los principales desafíos para las mujeres en Colombia son sus vidas. La justicia abierta feminista llama a salirnos de los palacios de justicia. Esto tiene la responsabilidad de proteger a
The responsibility to protect all women. They want to be seen as equals. Who are we?
e garantir a ele que eu estava aceitando para trabalhar, ele podia contar comigo.
Só que ainda que nós sejamos um dos lugares que mais acessa a internet no mundo, que mais fica diante de telas, a gente tem também um acesso que é muito desigual.
Caso de las mujeres lideresas que nos enunciamos como feministas, tenemos que cargar con algo que es estigmatizado y es creer que el feminismo está buscando destruir a los hombres, desaparecerlos, aniquilarlos, cuando en realidad lo que estamos buscando es una sociedad mejor para todos, para todas y para todos. Hay una cierta valoración, no solo en el mundo de la política, también de la sociedad. Que la presión a las mujeres es muchas veces que tienen que elegir entre tu vida privada y tu vida pública.
Sí, de todos los campos. ¿Prendiste el frío? Sí, 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 está prendido. Ponlo a todo.
Cuando una mujer habla duro es gritona, pero si un hombre habla duro es fuerte. Cuando una mujer habla con carácter es soberbia, es grosera, pero un hombre habla con carácter y es un berraco.
He tenido la oportunidad de viajar a otros países como activista, como luchadora social y hoy en día como diputada federal y hacia el exterior ven a un México de avanzada. Eso es muy bonito, que nos vean como un México de avanzada, sí, pero desafortunadamente aquí, en la práctica, en los hechos, no es así.
No hay razón para pensar que la justicia tiene que ser en un edificio o que el edificio hace parte de la justicia. Tenemos que recuperar
la idea de justicia y desburocratizarla. Las mujeres no sabían que podían divorciarse, pensaban que necesitaban la firma de alguien, pensaban que si perdían el divorcio se iban a la cárcel, que no podían rehacer sus proyectos de vida con otras personas porque automáticamente sus hijos perdían el derecho a la pensión alimenticia. En fin, una serie de desconocimiento que creaba derechos y que creaba, digamos, como agencia, o quitaba más bien agencia en las mujeres.
No podemos permitir más esos discursos de odio, porque sí, desafortunadamente son la antesala de muchos sucesos desagradables.
Yo creo que cualquier mujer en cualquier ámbito en que fue pionera, se presentan muchas dificultades y obstáculos.
Tenemos que demostrar todos los días de nuestras vidas que somos buenas madres, que somos buenas hijas, que somos buenas lideresas, que nos merecemos los salarios que tenemos, que nos merecemos tener una vida digna, una vida libre de violencias. Y la realidad es que el desafío más grande es lograr tumbar esas violencias que históricamente nos han oprimido.
Let's properly inaugurate this forum, and I'd like to invite Fernanda Sistecatl, Mexican representative of Luminate, Jan Martinez, please, who is director of El País in the Americas, for them to give us some opening messages here. Thank you for joining us today on behalf of Luminate and El País. I am pleased to give you the warmest welcome to this forum, Women in Power, Political Representation and Technology in Elections. In 2023, Luminate, the foundation where I work, established an alliance with El País to tell the stories of women who currently are transforming the democracies of our region. Through this project, leaders of Latin America. Both the video that we have just seen as well as this forum are the result of that great collaboration that is ongoing and that we have presented in this election year. 2024 is a year with more than 60 elections occurring around the world, including 8 countries in our region. In Mexico, particularly, we will experience the greatest electoral process in the history of our country, where more than 20,000 popular election positions will be voted on, and there is an expectation of about 98 million voters participating. This allows us a moment to reflect on democracy in our country and in the region. For that reason, we have organized this forum where we want to go deeper into 2 elements that characterize our democracies today. On the one hand, we are experiencing a crisis of representation where the citizenry in its great diversity doesn't necessarily feel represented in these spaces of power. On the other hand, we see how technology, especially the social networks platforms as well as artificial intelligence, have acquired a preponderant role in public debate and political debate. Both elements are closely linked. And while technology can the participation of people historically underrepresented, including women and their great diversity, it can also be harmful in facilitating dissemination of misinformation and hate speeches. At Luminate, we work to ensure that all people, particularly those who have been underrepresented, can have the representation, the right, and the power to influence the decisions that affect society. In Latin America, that includes the way that technology affects civic and political life of women, persons from the LGBTQT plus community, Afro-descendants and indigenous peoples, as well as young people. In the context of Mexican elections, our objective with this forum is to promote discussion, and the exchange of knowledge to promote a greater representation, which will lead to a greater protection of human rights of women and will ensure that technology will be serving and not hindering democracies. We sincerely appreciate the participation of all our panelists, moderators, and speakers today, as well as those of you who are with us, not only in the audience here, but also in the online transmission. Without further ado, welcome to all of you. Welcome to this international forum organized by the Foundation Luminate along with El País, which will be carried out here in Mexico City. First of all, I would like to thank all of those who are going to participate as speakers in the conversations, particularly those who have traveled from far away and have had to take a flight and maybe experiencing jet lag at this moment. I also want to thank all of those who are here in person and those who are following us by streaming throughout different areas of the country, and those who want to follow us via streaming in Portugal and English are making use of our simultaneous translation service today. In the next few hours, we'll be talking about women and power, two concepts which over a long period of time have deliberately been ignored. And we are going to look at them from two viewpoints, which I think are frankly current, which is politics and technology. The battle of the ideas and of the needs and interests, legitimate interests, such as politics. Electoral campaigns always represent a culminating and climactic moment. The candidates, their projects, the parties are subjected to maximum pressure, and they're exposed to the public in their true nature many times. That's precisely what is happening here in Mexico, where within 20 days, we have presidential elections, voting where we can already say quite confidently that the winner will be a woman. That is a historic event, and along with the United States or Mexico or Spain, where a woman has never been the head of a national government, we know that this is occurring in a country where there is still much to be done to achieve justice, and this requires many efforts on the part of all social actors. This is a task in which El País is committed, and we have the ethical principle in our style book, which is our code of conduct that we are required to follow. It is part of our DNA, and it was also the key factor in our alliance with the Luminate Foundation, an encounter that brought light to the project. Leaders in Latin America intended to link women and power, and this has been the main goad to promote this forum. Once again, equality is the basis of democracy, and with that consciousness, we support everything that will enable the achievement of equality, as long as it is done in a nonviolent and respectful way. Technology, our second topic in this debate, is one of those elements. It's a weapon loaded with possibilities, loaded with knowledge and progress, but it also contains risks. We need to be aware of those dangers and report abuse and unmask misinformation. This is the job of a journalist. And at El País, we do it with the means that we have available to us, which is rigor, contrast, and convincing others that in the face of lies, which are so abundant in electoral campaigns, we have facts, and facts are the foundation of truth. It's time for elections here in Mexico, in the United States, in Venezuela. It's a time for debate in our societies. And here at this forum also, we will be having some discussions which we trust will lead us toward the creation of a society which is better aware of its problems. We invite our audiences in their various locations today to share this time of reflection with us, and thank you very much. Thank you, Fernanda and Jan. They do say that this is the time for women, but as Jan was pointing out, and Fernanda, there is not truly equity. There is no democracy without equity. And that is the reason that these two organizations are committed to this important task. To begin with the first topic of the day, which we have titled Political Participation of Women and Gender Violence, Combat and Prevention, I would like to introduce our panelists who have broad experience politically and an authorized voice to speak on this topic. And I will introduce them in alphabetical order. And first of all, I want to greet Beatriz Paredes, a senator for the PRI party, who is accompanying us from Veracruz. Senator, good morning. Can you hear us? Yes, I do hear you. Good morning. Thank you, Senator. I would also like to welcome our feminist advocate, Ari. Thank you. Also, Rita B. Lopez, an advisor of the National Electoral Institute. Gasalma Luevano, federal representative for Morena. Welcome. And the moderator, Sonia Corona, from the El País journal. Go ahead, Sonia. To talk about the political participation of women. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you for leaving whatever other commitments you had this morning to be able to attend this forum. Our thanks to our speakers today also. And I'm going to begin with the topic. I must acknowledge that our guests today, all four of them, are outstanding Mexican politicians. And in recent years, they have had super performance that is outstanding. You've all been pioneers in one area or another. And I think that we should be proud of all that you have accomplished and the work that each of you is doing from your own locations. Let's go directly to the topic. And I'm going to begin with our Senator Paredes, who is joining us from the state of Veracruz. She's in campaign today. And Senator, if you can hear me, I would like to go directly to my first question for you. Right at this political moment that we're experiencing in Mexico, in the context of the struggle for women, how do you think that this has a historical impact where we are in a campaign where there are two women candidates for a president, and that the likelihood of having a female president in the coming months is quite high? How do you view that in this historical moment? It seems to me that it's very significant, that it's a continuum that had a milestone in the conquest of equality through quotas, the eruption of the leading role of women in the country had an explosion practically over the last 2 decades, from the time of an alliance of political women from all parties who agreed and were able to leave aside their differences of other natures, which were not unimportant, to agree on the need to promote a gender agenda and an agenda of more egalitarian participation. There was a transformation in the statutes and bylaws of the parties, and there was an implementation of the possibility of equity in political positions. It was thus achieved that this could be the first legislature at the federal level, the second one now, in the history of Mexico, where there is parity, which is a notable step forward. If we look back just 15 years ago, with that momentum, we have been renewing the nominations of political parties. At this point in time, for example, there's a participation of candidates, also parity candidacies of men and women as governors for the states. So I think that this is a part of a continuum of historical evolution of participation of women. But also, as that is being presented, there are also cases of violence in a very marked way in this election period. This is an election with a greater rate of violence in connection with all candidates, but also significantly uh, aimed at female candidates. And I would like to point out that even though in the federal Congress we have done an important effort also in this strategy of sorority among the women of all the different parties, accompanied by our male colleagues, so that in the first half of April 2020, there could be a reform of 8 laws which allowed us to have a framework for prevention of violence against women. Despite that, the environment or atmosphere of tension and violence in these elections is quite severe. So I think this is a product of historical evolution and of the capacity of women who participate in politics, and also of the actual uh, demands of women who participate in society. And we trust that a lot of women will turn out to vote. Could you hear me as I spoke? Hello? Hello? This debate regarding equity to establish the rules for implementation of parity was necessary to be able to reach this position in which women could enter public office, or is it forcing it too much? What aspects do you feel are still necessary to make progress in this aspect? And why do you think that there are many people who still don't believe that parity is a good measure to provide balance, gender within these positions? Well, first of all, thank you very much for this invitation. For those who have organized this forum, thank you, Fernanda, Jan, Sonia, Erica, all who have made this forum possible, and all who are coming today to listen. I'm so pleased to see so many friends. Here we are together at this event. And of course, our great thanks for being able to share uh, this panel with friends, allies, accomplices, all of us together. We women have had the ability to meet in different stages and to get involved in making alliances and struggling together. These women that are with me on the panel today, including Senator Paredes, we are women who have met in different stages because this struggle for parity, to get into your question, hasn't been an issue of just one or two people or one or two parties. It's a struggle in which many women have been involved over many years and generations, so that ultimately, just imagine this information after 200 years, uh, after we had our first Mexican president, 200 years later, we finally are able to have a woman as president. And I think that that information is basically the answer to your question as to whether there's a need or not for parity. If there had been no rules of parity, we could have waited another 200 years without seeing a woman in the office of president of Mexico, because 70 years ago, almost 71 years ago, next October, there had been a recognition expressly of the citizenship of women and their right to vote and be voted into public office. And since 1953, the Constitution said that we are Mexican citizens, and therefore, and also since 1953, it says that we could be elected to public office. The Constitution says so. And yet, we had to wait many, many years and wait for many different movements and efforts to be created so that we could finally be recognized as equals, males and females, and create a system of quotas so that women's participation could gradually increase, so that finally in 2014 we could reform the Constitution and we could recognize parity, which is not anything other than acknowledgement of the same right that women have with regard to men to have access to all spaces of public office. What parity tells us is that we can be recognized as women with full political rights. And full political rights implies access to all spaces where decisions, public decisions, are made. And I'm saying this very quickly right now, but all of you who are here and those who are following us undoubtedly know a lot about this story, which has led us finally to reach parity. And parity, at least at the level of recognition, because one part of the second part of the question you're asking is, what do we yet need to do? This question is often asked by men who say, well, what else do you want? You have parity, you have reforms to the regarding political violence. You have in many Congresses at the state level more women than men. There are female governors already. So what else do you want? So there you have your parity. That's what they're saying. So you've got what you wanted. Now earn it. Well, the matter of parity isn't just a matter of numbers. First of all, parity involves access to spaces of political representation, at least in the equality of numbers, but not just that. Parity also involves equality of conditions and equality in access to power. And that's why I've been saying, and I will wrap up my first comment with this, that parity is a formula. The formula, and we should write this down just as when the formula for energy was written down and so on, just so that we have it clear in our minds. The formula for parity involves more women in power, as this forum says. That's the first part of the forum, more women in power. And today we can verify that with all this information regarding the fact that there are indeed more women reaching positions of power. But that's not the end of the formula. The next part of the formula is with power, more women in power with power. And women still don't have power. It's still the men. The parties are directed by men. The chambers are directed by men. The decisions continue to be made by men. We're going to have a woman president, but that doesn't mean that she's a woman with power. She may be an individually empowered woman. Like Simone de Beauvoir says, there is a need for collective empowerment. And yes, a woman needs to have empowering along with other women. So more women in power with power. And the last part of the formula is what do we want power for? If we want power to do the same thing that the men have done, well, that makes no sense. We want power to transform life. I'm convinced, as Michelle Gachareta said many years ago, that the arrival of more women to power must transform power. It has to be a power that is more diverse, more horizontal, more democratic. So women in power, with power, to transform life of the rest of the women. Thank you very much. Thank you, Martha. I'm going back to Senadora Paredes because they tell me the connection has been restored. And now I'll continue with you here. Thank you for your patience. Senator Paredes, can you hear me now? So I can repeat the previous question. Once again, I cannot hear you. I don't hear you. Senator Paredes? Yes, I hear you now. Okay, so I wanted to ask you a second question, and it's regarding your experience. I imagine you had the opportunity to hear the participation of Marta Tagle. Yes, all of it. And I wanted to ask you about your trajectory specifically. This point that Mrs. Tagle mentions is vital. And I wanted to know if you, in your career, at some point have felt that those changes, that parity for women wasn't really going to be fully possible? Or did you sometimes feel like a woman in power but without power, as Martha was describing it? Well, I also want to add my congratulations that Martha expressed for the organizers and underscore the importance of having means of communication and news media such as El País to be committed in the promotion of democracy. I think that it's essential to have that alliance between communicators, female communicators and female journalists and means of communication, along with politicians. In the era of communication, that alliance is essential. And I think that it's a topic that leverages the possibilities of democracy. I want to congratulate the interventions of the inauguration and one of the expressions of John Martinez regarding this instrument of this meeting reminded me of a phrase from a Spanish poet. Poetry is a weapon charged with the future. I think that this alliance between women, politicians, communicators, and the commitment of the news media with democracy is a weapon loaded with the future. It's the weapon of democracy. It's the weapon of democratic civilization. I was a state representative at 21 years of age. I was the only woman in the state Congress. Since then, there has been a transformation. I was president of the Federal House of Representatives in 1979. It was a house of about 300 legislators, and there were about 19 to 23 federal representatives. We existed in the format. We were part of the props on the stage. When we dealt with struggles for power, it was another story. The first time that I got into a dispute for power, specifically in my organization, I'm a militant for farmers organization. argument that they gave me to disqualify me was that I was a woman, and that farmers didn't recognize the leadership of a woman because they were machos, and how could a young woman direct them? So I answered, well, let's have an election. Let's have it be a democratic election. If I lose, that's fine. If I win, that's fine. Let's let the farmers decide. So then, very clearly, learning to apprehend the exercise of power requires a process of participation, of confrontation, of being worn out. And we women need to learn that. In the history of humanity, there was an essay that I wrote some time ago. Women participated in the old era and in the Middle Ages and in the pre-democratic stage in history, even in the history of the Renaissance, in dynastic power. But in dynastic power, their feminine condition sometimes limited them. There were dynasties, there were kingdoms in which the crown could not be inherited by a woman. There were other dynasties in which the more relevant monarchs, and this needs to be noted, were women. That was the case, for example, in Spain with Isabella, and also in uh, England with Elizabeth, and also in Russia with Catherine the Great. But democratic power presupposes something else. It had its first character, who was Golda Meir, and a person who, regardless of the fact that her uh, ideology is not my favorite, she was a great personality. That was Mrs. Thatcher. In that sense, the conquest of true political power requires a learning process leading to the exercise of power. And I think that women in Mexico are learning. And an essential part of that learning is to know how to play as a team. And an essential part of that learning is that even though we may be adversaries, we should not learn the wrong vices of political life, which is violence and foul play. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. We appreciate your time in joining us this morning and sharing your experience with us and your viewpoints regarding the inclusion of women in politics. And we know that you have important things to do in your campaign, and you will be busy over the next 19 days. So we want to thank you for your participation. I wish you the best. Thank you. Thank you very much for this event. And my thanks to the women who are on this panel, and for those who will be present in the subsequent panels. This is a very important alliance between the media and the women who are fighting for democracy. Goodbye. I'll continue here with Advisor Rita de Lopez, because in what we have discussed so far, we've mentioned the union of women and the participation of women, but also within the group of women as a collectivity, there are minorities. There are women who are involved for other problems relating to gender, ethnic origin, and so on. You have worked always very closely with the electoral councils. What do you think the scenario is at this point in time regarding how women who are going through difficult situations, not only because they're women, but because other situations they're facing? We have spoken a lot about the fact that women are making progress, but when we are hindered for other reasons, the progress seems to take on a different speed. How would you describe that situation now. Yes, my greetings to all the great women, including my Senator Beatriz, who joined us virtually. It's a privilege to share this space with Marta Tagle and Salma, women who I really admire and who have opened up spaces. And there are people who have opened up doors for other women. My acknowledgement to them, and also my recognition to the organizers for having this activity today and for the diversity of people who are with us, listening to us in these experiences. Regarding the question that Sonia is asking, I would point out that there is a great concern because I've heard this from women who, if we look at their situations from the intersection perspective, we have Afro-American women, women with disabilities, and all these people in the LGBTQ community also. I think that it's the same concern, the usurpation of spaces. There are many people who had already been in spaces of representation, and now with these affirmative actions, it turns out that, oh, yes, I now am in this community, and I've always been indigenous, and that's a great concern. I've heard about that even before we started the elections this time, that people would go and tell us. In fact, even in that Rainbow Coalition, there was that same uh, concern. What will the INE do to avoid the usurpation of these spaces? Well, it needs to be something collective. We need to review the documentation that is submitted. Uh, there's a great representation also of collective organizations to help with monitoring and do the surveillance, but it's mainly the political parties that need to explain to the uh, population how they have taken into account their nomination of candidates. There's still a need there to increase our efforts because there continues to be this ongoing discussion about the collective groups that say such and such a person could not be the right one because we know this or that about that person, and we are the ones who have the information and so on. There's a lot to be done yet. There are many women who have been militants in political parties, and they get excited when they hear that elections are coming up. And after all they've worked, they feel like they have political capital. And there are people who have pointed out to them that they could easily arrive at a public office, and they're waiting. Then it turns out that there was such and such another person who has never done any work, who had never um, been identified in other spaces as some of these groups have in situations of vulnerability. So there's much to be done yet. I think that we must also establish this demand of the political parties to fully comply with these spaces that have been designed specifically because of the history of discrimination that we've gone through, because of the value of their militancy, and that they have belonged to these groups and they're seeking to have affirmative actions that would lead them to these spaces. And there's a matter of parity also that is of concern. We mentioned this 2 years ago, and the militants themselves were pointing it out. Women arriving at the positions of candidates or occupying these spaces, and many of them in forums. And this is not my observation only. There's a document that points this out, where these Afro-American and indigenous or disabled women did not arrive at their positions, and they pointed out that they had been very attentive and following all the invitations and the bylaws of the political parties, and ultimately it was uh, the people who ended up filling a certain position were people who were very closely related to the uh, previous representative or government official. But in the case of women, there's a loss of motivation because of the way that the affirmative actions are being limited, and also the matter of parity. It looks as if it were just the extension of a given power, and that brings many women to lose their motivation to participate. So we have a tweet from a state representative who says that he no longer found any space because of the matters of parity, but he was asking for the space for his daughter. And he said, my daughter has never been in politics, but we need, I need, would like to nominate her. If you cannot nominate me because that space is for a woman, my daughter has no political experience, but I've invested in the party, so you should allow me to participate. Well, that was very revealing. We who are doing follow up on the matters of affirmative action and parity to help see what men are thinking in the parties regarding parity. They see it as an extension of power. A dear friend of mine, colleague, also from my state, said this is not the natural candidate for that space, and yet we see that there's still that vision that must be changed in people and specifically in men in political parties. Thank you. I'm going to have a short intervention here. If among our audience there are questions for our speakers, there's this QR code that you can capture on your phones. Send us your question, and we will have a Q&A session briefly with them. But first, I'm going to go to Representative Salma Luevano. A few moments ago, the senator was talking about 1953 when there were only 20 women representatives, and it was basically for the photograph purposes. To think 40 some years later that you belong to a legislature where there is a parity of women and that there are also trans women, I would like to know, how do you think historically that you that it figures in Mexican democracy to have the opportunity to have trans representatives also? What is the role that you think that you have in history, considering this legislature, which is about to end, by the way? But, well, first of all, good morning to all of you. Thank you, organizers, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this event in which great women are participating who have a great trajectory, and it's an honor to me to be here with you. Well, I would like to point out that feminism, and I'll be specific, also, I would say that trans women are women, and I feel proud to be one. Yes, picking up again on the participations of those who have spoken before me, it's important for us to be a greater and greater number of us in this area of decision making with the actual power to achieve those changes. And I say this with mixed feelings because while there has been a great precedent set when we have two trans women in this legislature, and that's very important because it provides great visibility. And just about 4 years ago, when we were still not on the list, my colleague and myself, getting closer to my trans sisters allowed me to have these conversations regarding work in sexual areas, beauty salons, and performance. Today, to have trans women in these spaces with this visibility, it just gives me goosebumps as I tell you the following. Many of those women, many of them, not two or three, today, if they did not have a high school certificate, for example, are now interested in that because they want to be a part of these spaces where decisions are made because they have seen that it is possible. It's important to point that out. Unfortunately, in our case and in the struggle of women, we have finally achieved this. Nothing has been given to us free. And as I've pointed it out, we will continue to achieve things through hard work because there is not the political will to give us anything. And this is so much so that in that legislature where there were two trans women, in that legislation regarding diversity, parity, and inclusion, it's unfortunate that both my colleague and myself, with 10 or 15 bills, not even one of them. Well, fortunately, this bill of Citlali Lagunes and Patricia Mercado, we did manage to get that one passed. And this was achieved thanks to a coordination between the civil society, legislators, male and female. And that's important to point out. I heard it in these participations, and indeed, we need among ourselves to be united regardless of our activism color. We need to be united. And it's unfortunate to hear colleagues talking about patriarchal societies and replicating it themselves. We cannot move forward that way. We need to be sisters. We need to truly struggle hand in hand to achieve more spaces because truly, if we don't do it that way, another 20, 30, or 50 or 70 years will go by. Affirmative actions are so important in the case of diversity because it's the only way that we have been allowed or we were allowed to arrive at these spaces, and that will be the only way because there is that lack of political will. In the case of women, also, how many years? 70 years to see the first woman elected, and later that equality or equity that was simulated because there isn't true equity. Let's go to the statistics. This is very important. In statistics, we can go to Google and find statistics that will show us that there are bitter women, abused women. But if we look for empowered women who have great reference, we don't find any because unfortunately the patriarchal system continues working and they are the ones who create these statistics. And that's the importance of being in all spaces. We need to be in all spaces, public and private, because it's the way that we will truly create those intersectional and transverse public policies. There's no other way. That's the only way that we can have that equality and equity where, as women, we are still far from reaching the goal. We've made great progress, but we notice the progress and we see it. Who directs the Congresses? The great enterprises. Who directs the big companies? One woman among 1,000 in Congresses. We haven't really found a woman to have that power, so it's important to continue pushing. There should be that sorority, and we should not desist. We should continue our struggle for representation in all spaces because, in addition, those spaces are ours, and those political rights are human rights, and we should be aware as women that if we are not sisters, we will not make any progress in that search for equity and equality. Thank you. Ms. Tagle, I wanted to ask you about this. In your legislative experience, both in the Senate as in the House of Representatives, how complex is it for women to become organized to push initiatives forward? the representative just mentioned one, where different political backgrounds, the women of different backgrounds came together. And I've noticed that in the citizens movement, sometimes those actions are taken to promote certain initiatives with women from other parties so that the initiatives will actually be voted on and elected favorably. But in practice, how complex is it to organize those women and to get them to join those initiatives and convince their colleagues, because we also need the votes of the male colleagues for these things to be successful? How does that work in practice? I remember a few years ago, there was an interview that we published with you that spoke about the political coordination committee and how it was controlled by male representatives. And sometimes these representatives would even go to bars in the afternoon or evening and have their agreements. And in the morning, they would come back and say that they already had reached a decision and they had not shared it with their female counterparts. So I found that interview very interesting. That was about 5 or 6 years ago, maybe more. And it seems that it continues to work that way in many aspects. Could you tell us a little bit more about your experience in that area? Yes, unfortunately, that experience with the political coordination hasn't changed. So much so that on that time I was saying that, just to give you an idea, there's only one bathroom in the meeting place of the political coordination meeting, and it's for males. So it's a space designed for them. And it's in that political coordination meeting, for those who don't know how that works, that's where the parliamentary coordinators are, and they're all men. And the parliamentary coordinators agree there on what is going to be voted on, uh, how many votes will provide a winner, and what will prosper and what won't. And then they come back to the plenary with an agreement already made, knowing who's going to vote in favor and who's going to vote against. In fact, whether there's going to be divided votes in their group, they know about it because they represent the votes of their seats. So going back to the question that Sonia is asking, I think it's important for women, and that's why I was talking about collective empowerment, to be aware, first of all that it has cost us to, as women to arrive. Many women who reach Congress feel that they owe it to a party or to a patriarch. But when you see that it's not so, this struggle has been the work of women, and our commitment should be to that equality agenda, not to men, because not all women come from that background. And the second question is that the decisions in the Congress are made by majority of votes, and women then could have a force of ourselves, and we do it in alliance. A story that I like to tell, because maybe not everyone is fully aware of this, of how we have made progress in women's rights. It goes back to the time when the reform of 2014 occurred, because the initiative of the president had parity in a transitory article, and it was basically, if this is possible, the parties should promote parity. That was in 2014. And back then, the women, after the 12/6/24 sentence of the electoral court, forced people, the political parties, to comply with the quotas. For the first time at that point in history, we had 33.8 senators, and everybody would say, "Why do you remember 33.8 senators who were female?" Because in order to approve a constitutional reform, we need 2/3. So 33.8 is far from being 2/3. It's not even half of it. But it turns out that 33.8 is more than 1/3, just a little over 1/3. And what women did at that point in the political reform was that extra point 0.8 that the women had. And they told the men, the male senators at that time, our constitutional reform was affecting many articles of the Constitution, and we were asking for parity. We entered into a negotiation process, women from civil society, female senators, and political parties saying, okay, you need this 1/3 of female senators that were represented for your political reform to work. If you don't give us parity, we're going to vote against it and you won't have the political reform. And we had such a conviction that that was done. In other words, we made our third of votes to be actually effective. It might not have been so simple at the time of actual voting because the party discipline enters into play there too. What happens in the area of party discipline? Well, these coordinators, male leaders of the parties, they determine whether you're going to be a representative or senator or be something as a woman in life. And if they had called us and said, okay, what do you mean you're going to vote with women and not with your party? Either you vote or you won't be a senator again. We won't even allow you to be on the ballot. Well, it's true. That happens. But when we do it together, well, they can't sanction half of the women who today represent the House of Representatives. So we would create a greater scandal because they sanctioned half of the women. It's harder if I go alone and fight with my party and they say, well, you'll never be anything again. It's a different thing if we ladies all go together and fight for what we need or want and get what we're asking for. But that's a process of empowerment, which, as Senator Paredes was saying, we are going through. We're not necessarily getting training, but it's a process of empowering that we have to learn as to how decisions are made and to become strong among ourselves to turn things around. Because, as you were saying, indeed, no bill from any party is going to prosper alone if we don't do it together. Reforms to be taken to the plenary require a majority. And then once they're in the plenary for approval, they require a majority. That means that we need to be united, but that requires making strategic alliances among ourselves, which do not even necessarily require being friends and loving each other all year or all our lives long. It means joining a specific cause to achieve something. And if we are where we are now, it's due to the alliances that we women have made, not only political alliances, but I also see many faces here of women with whom we've made alliances innumerable times to promote those agendas. So I wanted to ask you also about the fact that women get together and create alliances in a way that also produces an adverse response from many groups, sometimes from men and other times from other women. But from your perspective in the electoral organisms, how do you combat this violence, political violence, gender related, against women, both to keep them from having access to public offices, but also so that simply these will be seen? Sometimes that violence is so early and anticipated is that it seeks to silence women from the very beginning so that they will never have access to even the position of being a candidate. What actions are being taken? Well, yes, it's mainly among the women who support one another, and this power has been seen many times. The power that Marta Tagle has pointed out, and even to look at other political forces and other movements, they come together when it's time to state a position and become visible. And yes, what would we women be without other women? We're the ones who are detecting that something is happening, and we seek to make situations visible. And everything that's happened with the reforms subsequent to the one of 2014, the importance of women in these have been very notable. And as has already been said, nothing has been given to us free. It's all been the result of a constant struggle and seeking respect and so on. So it's all happened this way thanks to the collective organizations here. There are women within the institutions also. Those things have changed. And in that sense, it has been the women who have promoted the reform, the one in 2020 specifically. Um, and all the cases that you can see mentioned there have to do with real cases that occurred during this time. And now there's a mode and corresponding criminal sentence. Uh, it has also been the women who have achieved this record of violence held by the INE. A while ago, we were talking with the woman senator representative, and this record, which has the intention of bringing a consequence to violence, and it has been used in different cases. There should be a record where we could go and see who has committed violence uh, because of the reform that was enacted last year, I think. Yes, 8D8. In that case, only the criminal sentences were taken to keep any of these perpetrators of violence from occupying any of these spaces. And there were things said by different women's movements, and that was progress. Now it's in the Constitution, but there are things that are still not reached the levels of stricture and exigency that is required. We're now in this revision of 8D8, which is a constitutional reform that occurred where when a person is in any of these cases where there's a firm sentence, they cannot be elected to public office. And if there are people who have committed crimes against physical integrity and sexual liberty and freedom and or family violence or domestic violence or because of violation of sexual intimacy, political violence against women because of gender. Uh, Actually, tomorrow is the end of the period to do this revision. It was opened up to the public for people who had information regarding candidates, female or male, who were found in this case of having a firm sentence against them, could notify us so that we could follow this process and remove them from the position of candidates. So this is part of some progress that has been made also, things that women have legislated, and these things have become a part of a law, in this case, the Constitution, and we continue making progress. In the Institute also, we opened up a pilot program of accompaniment, women with psychologists and attorneys and social workers who can provide orientation for women. It has been said that female candidates don't have information and that in parties there should be spaces for providing this legal uh, orientation and for creating their campaigns and so on. There's a lot of information on this now, and it's necessary for the female candidates to have that information so that they can properly develop and they don't have this accompaniment from their parties now. At the Institute, we did a pilot program of accompaniment also with the intersectional and intercultural perspective for women to be able to give them orientation regarding political violence. And recently, the electoral court opened up a specific attorney service for women. So many things are being offered, except in the case of political parties. We haven't really seen so much as to what they're doing for women. Party representative said to me not long ago, this is really hard. Uh, it's truly difficult to get women to participate. And I was saying, of course it's difficult because you're only interested in complying with parity. You're not really changing the structure of your party. And as long as things are that way, of course, it will not only seem difficult to you, it will also be very difficult for the women themselves. And we still need to consider the General Council. We have only male representatives there. And MC, there are 2 women, yes, but outside of that, they're all male. So there are a lot of things to be done, and in the structure of parties as well as in other realms, because it's true that in electoral matters we've made great progress, but on other topics, there hasn't been a lot of progress. Justice is one of those, and that will be a problem for this 8D8, that there are judiciary cases as of 8 years ago. I know of cases that are 8 years old, a divorce or matter of family violence, which have not been moved forward, and that's going to be a great problem because there may be male candidates who are violent, but as long as there's not a sentence, we're not going to make great progress. So we women are dealing with our own problems so far, and there's a lot of sensitization of the males to be achieved yet, and true commitment on the part of those who are leading the parties. They need to open up to democratize their parties. I know parties themselves would have to be doing what's necessary to make those spaces more democratic. And yet, in institutions, in civil society, we're all very attentive to that. And the parties continue to be sustaining and upholding their own power without feminizing politics and without democratizing these spaces. And so that's a task to be completed yet. Senator Luevano, I'm going to put together some questions that are for you from the public, and I'm going to put them together in one question. And I'm going to ask the 3 of you a question from the public, which I think is interesting. Representative Luevano, the question is about the access for persons from the LGBTQ, for non-binary and trans individuals. How accessible is it to get a candidacy and to get into this process for a party to take them into consideration? I imagine that that has been your personal experience, and we'd like to have you share it with us. What is that pathway like, and how easy or difficult is it? How many obstacles do you have to overcome to be able to get to a public position or office, such as the position of representative that you have? And a question for the other 3 is, what would you ask of the next female president of Mexico, considering that the 2 leaders in the election race now are women, and undoubtedly we will have a female president next October. So I'll start with you, Representative, and the question regarding access to these offices. Yes, thank you. If we had the highest mountain in front of us, Everest, for example, that would still be too small. There's a lot of resistance. I have fortunately been part of those rainbow groups, and to follow through this process from the beginning as a promoter. And that struggle within the parties, as our advisor has already said, is regrettable. That those who in their speeches point out that equality and parity, in practice, we found that it's a double speech and simulation. It's a legal process because that's the way that we have been forced to uh, have our access to these spaces. And before going on with this topic, I would also like to point out that a year and a half ago, this bill came in seeking to take away the faculty of the electoral court. And as a part of this struggle, and realizing that it's only through the courts that we can get to these groups that are at a disadvantage, when that bill reached me, I was about to go to an interview, and I asked the person, because everything was already all prepared for the interview, and I asked for a few minutes, and I went out in one of the halls. I created a video, and this video I immediately put up on the social networks. And as soon as I put it up on the networks, I asked the collective groups, and to organize society to do their work. And it was, what was that work? It was to begin to apply pressure on their federal representatives. And in that way, we stopped that bill. And what I'm trying to say with this is that we need to continue to be united. There's no other way. When we create that force, but before that, I started to lobby with the colleagues, Afro Americans, the disabled, migrants, and other friends from the organizations of diversity. And in this way, we show that when we join, we can make progress. And we need to be aware of that. Well, back to the question, it's very difficult. We have experienced, just as in the first quotas for women, these simulations. And in our case, we knew perfectly well that though we had made progress and set this precedent with this establishing of a sentence, unfortunately, though, there continue to be these simulations at this time to ask the INE to reveal the names of these first quotas and sentences, or these rainbow quotas, rather, that were achieved at the federal level. And also the resistance within the INE itself, where I had to force the INE to reveal these names. That reflects the great resistance that we experience as groups who are underprivileged. But we need to be united and continue struggling. We've been working closely with the INE. We have achieved great progress. There's a lot to be done yet, but unfortunately, the parties are the ones who, in these cases and in all affirmative quota actions, they are our worst enemies. I could call them that because it's they who have gone as far as threatening these advisors and the courts to not give more spaces or change the rules of the game. So to tell the person who asked this question, I would say it's a struggle. The struggle of the women has a history of 70 years now. Great progress has been made. In the case of us as trans women, we also need to continue struggling. And under the force of sentences, that's the way we'll make progress. No other way. I'm sorry if I'm distracting people. I have to close my eyes at times because I have irritation from the pollution problem here. Well, we'll close out this panel with a question I had already mentioned. And where shall we start? With you, Martha? In the same order of appearance and disappearance. If I had the president of the country here with me, I would ask two questions, two things. The first is that there's a phrase that says, if one can make it, they can all make it. And this may be true. If one woman makes it, all the rest can too, if she does it in a conscious way. So I would ask the president of this country, that when she arrives at the position of power, she should not become emasculate in power. She should arrive in the shoes of the women who have disappeared because of violence in this country, that she should stand in the shoes with women who are looking for their sons and daughters, that she should arrive in office with wearing the shoes of women who go out to work with the burden of uh, domestic care and child care on their backs, for her to arrive in office with in those shoes and from there to make decisions, so that truly, if one woman can make it, all can make it. She needs to wear those shoes. And secondly, she needs to prioritize her agenda. And I think that the priority agenda that a female president of this country should have is to first of all recognize that the violences that we women experience in this country have a pandemic nature because they continue to occur in the number of at least 10 deaths per day. So there should be a priority on her agenda to deal with violence, which is doing away with the lives of women and limiting our access to education, employment, and health. That's the main threat, violence. And the other pending agenda, which is super important, is to seriously take the system of care not as a DEEF or child care system, but an integrated system of care where we recognize the right to care that people have, the right of people to be cared for and to care, and especially to have quality services so that we can truly take the burden off of people, especially women who are charged with all of this care. Well, as an electoral authority, there are three contenders, and I cannot definitely say that this is the scenario. There are three people who are seeking this possibility, and I think that the matter of women arriving is also like saying, well, what are you going to do with the women? We need to ask the question of both men and women. So this would be for male and female candidates in general. I think that we should trust more in the citizenry. We are a citizenry who have matured greatly. We should take away that paternalistic uh, view of us as subordinates. We are no longer the inferior ones that need to be cared for and protected. We are a strong citizenry of women, and we have demonstrated this in fires, earthquakes, and floods. Uh, People organize and manage to defend their collective spaces with whatever resources they have. So I think that we need to trust in the power of informally organized citizens. And I would be in favor of a leadership of people in these spaces, either in the position of president, or in different senator offices, to not impose things, but to have a leadership with feminist view, uh, to listen, to collectively construct, excuse me, and also to not subject others, but to seek to bring about integration and to listen to all voices and then make the best decisions. So I think that we're at a very important juncture here where it's important to change the way that we view the citizenry, but above all, to seek equity among all. That is something that our country has a great need of. Yes, thank you. If I had the next woman president here, which will be Dr. Claudia, I would say, first of all, that she should acknowledge that trans women are also women. Start there, and also point out that, or I would point out to her, that all of us are the same. That's very important. It's important for the person in that office to understand not only the concept of everyone or all of us, but the rights for all of us, and to understand that part. And as has been repeated by my colleagues, to arrive to the position of power with power. That's very important. And this humanist agenda, this inclusive agenda, this diverse agenda, and with that democracy that is truly felt with love for all people. That's what I would say to our next president. Thank you. Well, I thank all three of you for having joined us this morning with this conversation, which has been so interesting regarding the work that each one has done regarding the rights that you feel are still pending to be accomplished for women. All these actions required for women to arrive in power with power. I'm going to take that phrase home with me. It's a really good one. And also, we want to acknowledge the work that each of you has been doing from your respective positions. I think that without that work, we would not have made the progress that we have made in recent years. And that's the foundation for those coming behind us who will be building on the work you've done. Thank you very much for joining us, and we will move forward with our program. So don't leave, but thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause for these panelists who are women who represent this great change that we're experiencing. And yes, keywords: together, united, strategic alliance. It's not a topic of quotas, it's a reality. Thank you. Thank you very much. So let's give them a round of applause. Before we continue with our second panel, the audience is asking us, those who are looking for a seat, if somebody has a place separated or are reserving spaces, let's free up these spaces so we can all have room to share in this important forum today. We'll move on to the second topic of the day, which is misinformation and online gender violence. For this discussion, for this talk, I want to introduce by alphabetical order our panelists, who undoubtedly are also authorized voices in the topic. Cecilia Galvan, CD Compass investigator from Argentina. Elera Fabri from Google Mexico. Let's give her an applause. Also, we have Jenda Mitchell, Manager of Public Policy from Meta Mexico. Grecia Macias, attorney from the Network of Digital Rights Defense. I was telling you, it's really a good panel, fully authorized to speak. And Gabriela, Director of Illuminate for Latin America, who will be the moderator. So we'll move on. Thank you. Good morning. Our thanks to all who are present and those who are joining us online. And thanks to our speakers who have participated today. I'm pleased to welcome this second panel, where we'll be talking about the intersection of technology and elections, which presents considerable challenges around the world. In spite of this, we know that every electoral environment has its own repercussions and peculiarities. And as we heard in the previous panel, violence is one of the structural barriers against women in power, and it is replicated in power in technology. Regarding these challenges, we know that there are no universal solutions. Solutions must be rooted in local context. Today, many different platform regulations are being discussed. More recently, regulations regarding artificial intelligence, but few countries have made progress in this type of regulation because of the complexity of the topic. We also know that it's not only the regulations that will provide answers to the multiple challenges. It's encouraging to see how the private sector, civil society, and the governments in every electoral cycle join their forces to try to find different measures which will allow them to deal with the problem of hate speech. In Latin America, our region, we have common characteristics. There are various inequalities that we experience, and the same occurs in civic spaces. That's why we think that there can be benefit for the countries in exchanging successful practices. A recent example comes from Argentina, the country that I am from. You undoubtedly have noticed that from my accent, where General elections last year were, according to many analysts, some of the first spaces where artificial intelligence played a very important role. Throughout this panel, we will explore these topics to understand a little bit better what are the current challenges and hear some of the measures or innovative solutions that have been proposed based on the experiences of different countries, specifically Mexico and Argentina. So let's get started, and I'm going to ask Grecia to speak now. Thank you. Hard to be first here. Well, I wanted to ask you about your work in civil society. What is the evidence that you have collected so far regarding the impact of misinformation and online gender violence in the Mexican elections? Well, recently we published a report where we talked about the different mechanisms, legal mechanisms that exist and that are currently used to remove online content without legal justification. And many times this goes against the principles, basic principles of the protection of freedom of speech online. This has happened recently with several of the impositions uh, of electoral authorities where without thorough analysis in the light of the inter-American system of human rights and even the system of human rights and freedom of expression in Mexico, they're generating mechanisms of censorship which impact uh, vulnerable groups, especially women, because many of these mechanisms are used as power instruments to silence voices that cause discomfort. Many of them are women. And the same thing could happen with mechanisms that were created to protect them, such as the matter of political gender violence. With an ambiguous standard such as the one that we have currently in our legislation, it's easy to use or be used by authorities as malicious players in this type of situation. Thank you for that. And we'll move toward the south, and I'll ask Cecilia about your experience in Argentina in the recent elections of October, November last year. How did artificial intelligence and the content of social networks affect the participation of women candidates, and how have platforms and electoral authorities responded to that? Well, good afternoon. First of all, I'm going to say something that I think is a symptom of what we're discussing and what was discussed in the previous panel regarding the equal access of women to politics. First of all, that the same year that WhatsApp was launched in 2009 in Argentina, there was the first law established to eradicate violence against women. 14 years later, 2023, that law was modified to incorporate digital violence. So women are losing greatly in terms of violence. These 14 years, many actions were required. And looking at it from that point of view, how does the digital violence law get sanctioned? It took the entire electoral year to deal with that law. In the 2023 elections, which were very important elections because they were presidential elections, we arrived with no regulations. In other words, on 23rd of October, there was a sanction, and that was too late. So with no tools, how did we arrive in terms of regulations to protect women and diverse groups? Well, we arrived without tools. That's from the legal standpoint. And with all of the actions that involves, because it was left in the hands of authorities, judicial and electoral authorities. And then for the next elections, so that is 2025, since we wanted a framework for this to be visible and to be audited, we'll see how that works. That's one point. from City Compass, we have started a monitoring of electrical news. These are the paid sponsors, paid advertisements that appear on platforms such as Google. And what we saw there was that an electoral message has the background of any discussion that talks about democratic challenges regarding the platforming of information and the political struggle. What are the problems? Well, on the one hand, the moderation of content and the algorithms themselves. Those two topics uh, come to bear on the topic of violence against women online. It's very difficult to moderate the content. We don't want content to be moderated. We want there to be freedom of expression. So we have a debate there, which I will come back to regarding the solutions later on. And on the other hand, in terms of the biases that are acquired in terms of representation and the voice of women in electoral campaigns, this has to do with two issues that occur in the non-digital environment, which has to do with resources and also with the voice or visibility of women. As we monitor and follow up paid advertising in these elections, there were two women candidates, and we did find something that is very common. That is that they received less money. Certain women had fewer resources to carry out their digital electoral campaign, or at least they assigned fewer resources to it. That's an important piece of information. On the other hand, we found that in terms of that which gives us other information, thanks to some of the tools that they provide, because these are the electoral products provided by the platforms, we found that all the allies, all the candidates were looking for women's votes. And that was something very positive because they were looking for women's votes, but there was no gender agenda in the 2023 electoral campaign. And I think that that is a phenomenon to look into. This non-visibilization of women's problems in the election campaign of 2023 in Argentina. And later we can make another comment regarding that. But first of all, that we can monitor what's going on. And it is that women have less money, that we need affirmative action policies also for resources, because it's proven, and we have information in this regard, that affirmative actions without resources have results that are not very good. And also in terms of direct information regarding gender violence, we know that 1 out of every 3 women receives comments because of being a woman, offensive comments, and that 65% of those attack or seek to keep women out of public spaces. Thank you, Cecilia. Now, I want to turn to our representatives of the private sector. I'm going to ask the same question here for both of you. I'll start with you, Linda, to tell us about the goals that you are approaching in these elections regarding misinformation and online gender violence. Yes, thank you very much for including us in this very important discussion. In the last 8 years, we've worked on more than 250 election processes, which gives us some experience. Gavi was mentioning this. These are global topics, and this brings understanding, learning, practices, and we understand things better. But we also need to apply this locally. So for these elections in Mexico, we're trying to capitalize on elections that we had in 2018 and in 2021. We want to be a platform where users can express themselves and have access to relevant information to participate in this civic space and to be able to do it in a safe manner, specifically to combat these two phenomena which are relevant, not only in our country, but also globally. One is to combat misinformation, which I think is fundamental for an integral election process. We need to have reliable information for those decisions we make as citizens, to have legitimate information. And I think that our base strategy, we have many others, but the base is the collaboration that we have with independent verifiers of information. We have created the biggest network in the industry of collaboration with verifiers that are all certified by the international network. We work with about 100 of them, which cover 70 languages. In Mexico, we work with Reuters, AGP, and we have a special channel, a contact platform with them, in which our AI systems can identify with the virality signals, potential disinformation, and this information through this channel platform is channeled to the independent verifiers, and they review it, and that means they do an investigation with sources who are authorities in the topic, and they need to share those sources with us so that we can accredit or discredit those contents found on the platforms. There are different scores. There could be false content, partially false information. There's a lack of context, for example, or whatever. And then that is escalated through our algorithms so that we don't just take action regarding one specific one, but we find similar contents, and then we can prevent the exposure of more false information to users. That's with matters of scalability. And what does this mean? Well, this great collaboration that we have a focus. One that's very important for me has three pillars. One is to eliminate, to reduce, and to inform. Eliminate when these verifiers find information which, besides being false, it contemplates some greater risk, such as physical risk or health risk, as we've seen in the content of false information during the pandemic, and then risks in terms of suppression of votes actions, false information which seeks to have citizens not exercise their right to vote freely, maybe with content regarding topics, things that are logistics, for example, to say this voting station will not open, or the requirements for voting have increased, and people might think that they don't meet all the requirements, and so therefore they won't vote. Also, if there are demonstrations or fires in voting stations, we know that all of this begins as rumor, and we investigate and eliminate this content. But the other two, I'll say very quickly, and I put them together because I think they're even more important. And that is, if there are contents that don't comply with these criteria of high risk, we also don't want citizens to be exposed to these things, and so we reduce that distribution. That is, when the verifiers label this type of content, they won't appear on the recommendations, neither will they be legible. This is content that cannot be paid advertising. And also we reduce the distribution of the accounts that are supporting or disseminating this type of content. There could even be actions that are more serious, like the removal of accounts, but also linked to the matter of information. We don't want merely to remove or make invisible the content, because this keeps people to be educated regarding what types of contents are circulating. So we want them also to be able to detect the fact that certain contents are false, and to also become barrier agents that can stop this type of content. So we apply, let's say, a gray cap on these contents, and then we later show the resources that the data verifiers have detected. And that's a way to educate the public, and more people can join this type of action. We've also had other collaborations with civil society, which maybe I can discuss later. But quickly, in the topic of gender-related political violence, we know that this is the most important electoral process in the history of Mexico, and we know that we have the greatest representation of women candidates this time. And I like to point out that it's not only the women candidates who are political life, there also we have them in our scope of safety for women on our platforms, and we consider women journalists, women who are human rights advocates and activists, because they all contribute to that important voice in this political debate. So we also acknowledge that there are online behaviors which can definitely affect in a disproportionate way this type of action of these women in political life. So that's why we have this holistic policy, which has to do with having more robust policies to combat hate language and bullying, to have programs that support women who are in situations, for example, of extortion, and the matter also of sex stalking. And also in 2021, based on a lot of feedback from experts, we expanded the policy that we had regarding mass intimidation and also regarding harassment to be able to prevent this type of content which severely sexualize severe public figures, in this case, women candidates, women journalists, and so on. So that type of content is also already prohibited, and we've improved our measures for detecting this type of language. Also, around the end of 2021, along with a foundation from UK, we generated a program for detection. It was encrypted, that is, the images are kept so that women who are identifying potential content of views of intimate relations without their consent. So these can be put up on that platform, which is encrypted, and that is detected before that image can be put up on other platforms. So there are many other industry partners such as TikTok, Snapshot, Bumble that have joined this platform, because we understand that this is a phenomenon that goes on in the entire digital environment. And this has been a very important tool. One more, the third pillar was the matter of tools for control, because we also want women to have more agencies regarding the experience that they're having in our platforms. Another tool besides reports and the blocking of users and so on, one that is not used much, and I don't know why, because it seems very powerful to me, is the one that filters words or even emojis in your profile or on your page. For example, you can determine certain words that you want to have a cult or not to have anybody be able to use. This may be a term that doesn't violate our community norms, but is being used toward a woman journalist or female candidate in terms of harassment, and that this user can determine what type of word she wants to write there so that that word can be eliminated. There are many other examples, but I'll stop here. And all of this with great collaboration and permanent dialogue with experts. We have our center and our community of women experts who constantly provide guidance for Meta. Thank you, Glenda. Thank you for that very good description. And now I'll ask Fiorella to tell us a little bit about her experience in Google. Yes, thank you, and good day to everyone. It's very important, this topic that we're dealing with today on this panel. The mission of Google is to arrange information in the world and make it accessible and useful to all persons, and that's our commitment and always has been. Since 2012, we have actively participated in democratic processes, not only in Mexico, but around the world, with this mission in mind at all times. How do we benefit users so that they can have access to quality information that has been verified by authorized sources? And that's why it becomes even more relevant to be able to work jointly with important players in civil society, with authorities. In the case of Mexico, something that has been fundamental has been the collaboration that we have with the National Electoral Institute, so that everyone who is seeking information regarding the electoral processes and trying to do follow-up on the elections can have access to information firsthand. And not only that, also to work with providing training and the best technological tools to journalists. Writing rooms throughout the country has a priority for us. And that's why we've created these alliances, which are fundamental so that people can have access to quality information around the world, and specifically in Mexico. Since 2023, we were working on an umbrella project with a view to electoral processes. It's called Transparency Mexico, which is a series of initiatives resulting products that we make available to everyone in Mexico so that they can specifically follow the activities of candidates, male and female, and obtain information throughout the various platforms that exist under the Google umbrella. The important thing here is that all the resources that have been opened up so that not only journalists and people who inform society, but also the users themselves can distinguish the topic of disinformation, which is a true pandemic. Who of us has not received false news on the phone or has read strange things on some websites? I think we've all found that at some point or other in our day. So with that in mind, we have made available different tools. We have trained over 4,000 journalists around the country from the 32 states of this country. And we have gotten close to the newsrooms with different tools that have artificial intelligence to be able to make their work much easier. In fact, I'm so pleased to be on the PRISA forum because we jointly developed a tool called Parity Audio, which helps journalistic work. It can detect whether the audios have been modified or not, and it can provide definitive and truthful information. That's the way we've been working. It's a commitment not only of Google, but of the technology industry in the face of a problem that is global and that we know civil society, government, and authorities and private industry can face together. Thank you, Fiorella. Now I'll move on to the second round of questions. And I would like to maybe start with you, Cecilia, because you experienced the process in Argentina. You've also heard of some of the measures in this private sector in Mexico, which I understand are in some cases similar to the measures taken in your country. And I'd like to know your opinion, both the measures of the private sector as well as in the public sector regarding these challenges. And I'd like to ask, what are the changes that you feel could have been implemented to even more effectively deal with these phenomena? Well, yes, the elections of 2023 in Argentina found us with few innovations. First of all, we studied the ethical agreements among the electoral platforms and the electoral authority in Argentina. And first of all, we didn't find any innovation there. On the one hand, the electoral authority wasn't asking much of the platform, and the platforms didn't really offer much that was new. They didn't really make any commitment to do anything new because it was the same as the 2019, 2021, and 2023 covenant. It was exactly the same thing. The players also were the same ones. It was the platforms, the political parties, and the electoral authorities, with something that I would highlight here regarding learnings, where there's a lack of players. There was a lack of civil society, information, the need for access to data, because we found two things. One was the regulatory gap regarding the lack of regulation that would require information on what was happening on the networks. And in the face of that lack, there was a decision to have just an ethical agreement. The second gap is the accountability gap, which is very notable. There are no reports that are public regarding the interactions and the way that the networks are monitored and what the contents are that are downloaded, because we assume, or they tell us that the algorithms or the automated decisions are protecting public debate. We assume that that is so. That would be wonderful if it were so, but we cannot control that because there are regulatory gaps between the platforms, what happens internally in this private sector, but also in the face of public election or political debate, which is of general interest. There is a lack of civil society. There's a lack of information toward the electoral authorities, or for those electoral authorities to make it transparent how they're doing their monitoring. So there's a lack of players there. First of all, civil society. And secondly, I'm going to add another piece of information, which is the fact that there is a lack of companies that prepare the advertising. The advertising companies that manage the resources of the candidates, male and female, and that participate actively in elections. They're the ones who do the segmenting and make the decisions regarding the public. They aren't present either in that ethical agreement, and I would also invite them in the upcoming elections to be there. Another point was that we there were differences in the platforms and in their openness to information. Uh, in the future, we might say, well, what information is necessary? What information can we share and how can we analyze it? There are many restrictions for accessing the target API. You need to be very specialized, and access is not that simple. That process of getting access from civil organizations, uh, civil society organization, takes time, and it could be a little friendlier for those who try to contribute to the improvement of electoral integrity with information and advertising messages. And another additional comment is something that we studied along with Illuminate some time ago, which was the behavior of women in civic platforms. Because here there's another actor which is absent in the private sector that works in the elections. Civic platforms are not the commercial ones like Meta and Google. We monitor 65,000 advertisements, and of those, not more than 5,000 were specifically of the candidates. Everything that goes on, there are a lot of things that are happening that are not really properly of the public debate. They're not interested in talking about what happens in politics. But on the civic platforms, we find some information that I just remembered and thought was relevant to mention. And that is that women participate more. We found that 2 out of every 3 participants on civic platforms were women who started with online petitions. 50% of them were made by men, 50% by women, but the success of women in establishing public agenda was substantially greater, where 66% of the victories corresponded to initial or bills initiated by women. And the correlated information was that they were the ones who had the greatest support, because requests that have support are the ones that usually manage to get approved. So I remembered this in connection with the fact that there needs to be dialogue. There's a lack of dialogue between business platforms and civic platforms, or those platforms of the large businesses. There's a lot to be learned because there is a great effort being done in matters of content policy that civic platforms have, because they focus on improving public debate specifically. And I think that they could add a lot or contribute much in, for example, paid ads. What are the parallels between civic technologies to improve this public debate, what are the restrictions that exist? Because we're talking about self-regulation a lot. And another call would be this: in the regulatory gap, for now, things are not so bad in that self-regulation. I think maybe we perform better than in a highly regulated space where women are penalized, diversity is penalized, freedom of expression is penalized. Thank you, Cecilia, for those contributions. Something that I would take home from what you said is that there's a lack of civil society. So before moving on to Grecia, uh, I'll come back to Glenda and Fiorella just briefly to ask them, how do you involve from your companies each of the different civil society organizations in these efforts? It's fundamental for large corporations that offer solutions to an enormous number of persons, billions of people in the world. It's important to have within their teams diversity. When we understand that, and we have diversity in the teams that are heading up technological development, then we can take one step closer to that discourse of how to understand ourselves better and how to understand better this relationship that there must, of necessity, be between civil society and technology companies. From Google, well, there are internal groups that represent these diversities. We have the LGBTQ plus community. We have women at Google. We have the parents group, and with them, we are constantly touching base with civil society to be able to better understand what are the needs of the people from these communities so that we can translate them into a better experience with our platforms and our products. Everything can be perfected. Everything is evolving very quickly, and much more so with advances such as AI. So it must be and is in Google a matter of constant interaction with civil society, with authorities to be able to understand better and get feedback and reflect it in the solutions that Google offers through its various platforms. Thank you, Fiorella. Go ahead, Glenda. Tell us the story of Medina. Well, yes, we also have permanent dialogue, not only during election periods, regarding different phenomena, dealing with different vulnerable groups. Particularly right now in this context, we have close collaborations. Uh, one of them is an educational program called I Am Digital. We think that from industry, such as Meta, we should have these tools for control and these tools for security, robust policies. And we need to have the users take advantage of these barriers against disinformation. So we created this program along with the INE and also with the mobilizing organization, and it basically helps citizens to learn those signals for detecting disinformation and how to report it. We created a program of ambassadors in this initiative, and we created many workshops and guidelines with partners at universities and so on. And I think that in this program, we have reached over 15 million people. And you can also find those resources. They are free. They're on the platform of Meta, which is I Am Digital. And these are resources designed to allow citizens of all ages to understand them. As far as gender-related political violence, since 2021, along with the INE and a women's organization, we created guidelines for combating gender-related political violence. And last year, we launched it along with the INE, which added a section for reporting of violations in a legal manner. And in the guideline, what you can find is a compilation of our resources and tools from Facebook through Instagram and Pinterest and so on, so that there can be a guideline there as to how to protect yourself better. We also launched, along with Opinion 51, this network of female journalists a campaign called I Vote Against Violence. This was hand in hand with the formula group. And what helps there is a sensitization campaign against this phenomenon of gender related political violence. Tips on how to take care of yourself, tips on how to report it. And we also do trainings. I see here Article 19. We also work with Social Teak. We work with AUNA to help candidate networks and human rights advocates and so on with this topic of online security. And they provide feedback for us. These forums are fundamental in that process of active listening to improve our processes. These phenomena are evolutionary, and what we're doing is something that can all be perfected. So we have a lot of different initiatives, but civil society truly is fundamental. Myself, as a manager of public policy, my specific responsibility has to do with linkage to public institutions. I come back to you, Grecia. In the previous panel, we heard about the measures uh, adopted by electoral authorities, and I'd like to hear your evaluation of these measures. What do you think of them? I have a lot of comments on that topic. Mainly, I emphasized the electoral authorities and the current regulation that we have regarding gender-related political violence, and also how this system is being used to withdraw content that electoral authorities consider objectionable. They recently removed content of political debate, which is essential in a year like this, just 1 year before elections, 1 month before elections, excuse me. And it's this type of thing and cases that, for me, are a thermometer as to what's happening. From zero transparency uh, in even the way that certain platforms manage these reports. And in fact, though we've made these calls and we try to include civil society, we talk about effective participation, and there's a need for follow-up on the comments that we make constantly in terms of what's happening with societies when there are reports from the authorities. How is that follow-up provided for electoral authorities? We've made different comments also on how the topics are uploaded or downloaded, and we haven't seen that those comments fully reflected. So, though there are some of our comments that have been taken up, the majority have not. And it was just 2 weeks ago we were talking about this multi-stakeholder model, and we sat down to discuss the fact that many people understand that model as we sit down and we talk to civil societies and everything is very nice, but we never do follow up on our proposals. And we have reports like the one from the electoral advocates. Recently in 2019, there was a report of electoral authorities censoring contents that are essential for democracies to operate. We have been making constant calls to electoral authorities and platforms as to compaginate these debates and protect women, because it's this type of mechanism that we have documented that have been constantly used against journalists, against politicians and activists, and we continue to see the same problems occurring the same once and again. And I think it's appropriate, for example, to talk about how to properly identify disinformation. I think there's a problem with that as to what is considered disinformation. And number one, it's not a new phenomenon, it's existed forever. And number two, how these type of strict categories and trying, as I was mentioning, over-regulation of the online discourses. What are the true effects of it? And what we've seen, not only in Mexico, but overall, Latin America is this disproportionate impact on vulnerable groups. So for me, it's helpful to hear again the current status of the conversation, but also I think that it's important to make this call and say that there are many, many things that are not new. We've seen them exist over 2 election periods, and they have not been fully solved. Thank you for your observations. We'll come back to that topic in our next talk. But the few minutes that we have now, I would like to use to ask 2 questions of the public, or present to you 2 questions from the public. And one of them is, why large tech such as Meta and Google work so uh, strongly against platforms in Latin America? And maybe a representative of civil society could also give us their perspective. I don't know what so strongly against regulation means, but we definitely are not against regulation. We're in favor of properly created regulation, which will defend the rights of users, and that is non-detrimental. Sometimes we talk about matters of more study, more dialogue, and we, through the representation that we have through internet associations, we always send our comments. We send the observations of those of us who agree, and the points where maybe with groups where we would seek to have more understanding regarding how platforms work. But we've never said that we're against regulation. I think that regulation means certainty, and for any industry or any sector, it's always good to have clear rules of the game. So it's a matter of having fair dialogue, and we also strive to have civil society included in that dialogue. Legislators sometimes create their initiatives along with a couple of advisors, but they don't really bring in civil society for feedback to find out what their bills that they're promoting mean for society. Yes, and I think it would also be appropriate to question the concept of big tech. And remember that internet is not just 3 great platforms. How online expression, freedom of expression is exercised goes beyond that, especially when we talk about regulation. Regulation, specifically as legislation, for example, the moderation of content, many times large companies are not affected by that. They can establish all the technological mechanisms required for more strict moderation, which will deal with many of the concerns that give rise to this type of comments. But it does affect the smaller platforms. If you give them a barrier for entry, you force them to shut down their spaces. For example, we're talking about civil tech. The public debate should be carried out not only in the 3 large platforms, it should also be facilitated uh, in any way that people want to use it on internet. So to do proper regulation helps with this. To do bad legislation just complicates this type of debate regarding how to exercise our rights in an effective manner. Thank you. I'll move on then to the final question. In the interest of staying on time, we'll move on to the next question. And the question is, have you observed more gender-related violence and transphobic gender violence? What do you need from feminist workers to eliminate gender violence? Whom do you collaborate with, and with whom would you like to collaborate? Yes, something very short here. I agree with what Grecia was saying. How poor regulation complicates the functioning of civil society. That's of great concern to us. That doesn't mean that we should stop regulating. And this also, of course, has to do with what I said at the beginning, the debate regarding gender violence itself is the debate regarding bias and moderation of content. There is a need there for many actors. We need a moderated discourse. This requires actions that will bring in moderation. Moderation in the sense that it's the opposite of polarization or places where we cannot explain, we cannot debate, we cannot listen to one another. So I think that the effort is not just a matter of blocking things. When I think of a block, I think about that game where you find something like worms that you need to hit or destroy. But this has to do with moderation of content also and logic that is applied on the platforms. It has to do with engagement and certain things that are done that reproduce online discourse. And I think we need to think about that and how we can depolarize things. Thank you. And we see that it's a topic that is constantly growing on different platforms. And this has led us to better understand the diagnosis of what we're seeing online to be able to update and keep effective our policies and constantly review them, because this does exist, a discourse which can be growing, and we disapprove of this, and we want people to have the best possible experience as they express themselves freely on the platforms. So yes, we do a constant review of policies, and we also maintain a very close contact with communities, because communities are also agents that help us to improve the experiences that users may have online. So it's not just what the company does based on its own policies, but also a matter of listening to communities to understand what the needs are, what the discourses are that are going around, and in a better manner offer a safe experience for all who log into any of the Google platforms. Thank you, Fiorella. And in wrapping up, I will just keep in mind the importance of generating solutions that have been well thought out, that involve different sectors of civil society, but also promote the freedom of expression. And I thank our panelists because I know that they fielded some difficult questions. In fact, I put one of you against another in some of the questions that I asked, but I think it's important to have the perspective from different angles, and that will contribute to the benefit of our next talk and the next panel. Thank you very much. Thanks to our panelists. And yes, this is the digital era. This is a panel which will be a story in development. It will be an ongoing discussion, of course. And this is the importance of citizens as digital citizens should also demand their rights so that we can have this opportunity to interact with digital platforms to have better dialogue and understanding. Once this panel has been concluded, we're moving forward this morning, and let's give them a round of applause as they leave. I would invite you to take a 5-minute break so that we can get up, maybe get a bite to eat, do some networking, and then come back. Thank you.
de aprovechar las ofertas en Amazon para reponer esa pantufla.
Well, we're ready to continue with this forum on Women in Power. And we're going to ask you to come back to your seats because the next talk, just as the rest of this forum that started off earlier this morning, is something that we don't want to waste any time on. We want to free up space for our speakers to please move toward the platform so we can begin our next talk. We are grateful to all those who continue with us through the streaming, and you know that you can join us through the various languages available on our platform or on the streaming through YouTube and the digital platforms of El País, Mexico. We would ask those of you who are at the front of the room here to please free up the area so that our speakers can approach the platform here at the front. Thank you. And very shortly we will get started. Thank you for your help. To those who are still on your coffee break out on the terrace, we also would give you an invitation to please come back in and take your seats so that we can continue. Well, back to our forum of Women in Power, Political Representation and Technology, where we have talked about political trajectories of achieved rights, of accomplishments of many women, such as those who have joined us in the first panel. We've talked about the importance of technology as a vaccination against disinformation, but also with an important angle to combat it and the importance of digital platforms in this regard. Next, I would like to ask our relator from the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, Pedro Vaca, to please come forward. And Isabela Cota, a journalist from El País, to listen to them this morning. Welcome. Good. Let's go ahead. Good afternoon. How are we all doing today? What a wonderful audience we have had today in this event, as never before, really. I'm going to ask those who are at the back of the room, if you'd like to move forward, go ahead. This is going to be a very interesting talk. Pedro, thank you so much for being here with us. It's truly a luxury to be able to talk to you. My name is Isabela Cota. I'm a journalist from El País, and Pedro Vaca is a special rapporteur for freedom of expression on the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. He has traveled from Washington to be here with us today, and we're going to talk about freedom of expression, gender, digital platforms, all types of intersections on these very sensitive and complex topics, especially at this season of elections around the world. I have a first question for you. There are a lot of countries that are already seeking to pass different laws regarding this topic. There are many issues to consider. Disinformation is one of them. Abuse is another. Violence, gender violence specifically, which is what has brought us together here as well. So my first question is, what are the more specific aspects that should be considered when thinking about a regulation of social networks platforms in our region, which is Latin America? And what are the existing frameworks that we should be taking into account? Isabela, thank you very much. I'd also like to thank the organizers of this event. I thank Luminate and El País. I think we're at a very important summit, and it's a privilege, Isabel, to be here with you. So based on the approaches, I would like to start off saying that internet and the interactions online are not a space where there's no regulation. I think that what is quite questionable, and it's one of the things has been proposed already, has to do with the focus and priorities of that communication. I think a lot of us have face the difficulties of watching a soccer match online, or maybe somebody has had a video downloaded because of using an inappropriate song. And this is moderation. This responds to regulation, which also has to do with human rights, but also at the center of the conversation there is the profitability. These are regulations that are protecting interests, and I don't say that that's bad, but I think that maybe we're moving toward a certain environment in which the variables of democracy and human rights should also be roughly equivalent in the conversations regarding regulation and the state of law. Along these lines, I think that in our region we have some interesting particularities, which are also challenges to eventual regulation. We are a region that is diverse and multicultural. This is a region of inequalities and great gaps between centers and periphery. We're a region where, in addition, and I'll give the example of Nicaragua, we need to move into a state of law. Well, that's part of the focus and the approach that it would be good to have. And I think in the previous panels, have shown us something that is very virtuous in this period of the existence of humanity. And I think that we should take this into account in Latin America as well. That is that I have not found a conversation on technology where I'm not told that it's a tool that has helped to have more voices heard, and historically excluded voices such as those of the women have been benefited by that technology. And I think that it's important to say that and underscore it, because any regulation should expand and care for or protect that achievement. And any regulation that endangers that achievement becomes retrogressive. And a lot of players are being involved in considering the matter of technology or the use of technology, which is sometimes activating risks for democratic institutions and generating spaces that are tolerant of violence against persons. That violence, that objectivization to harm the state of law and achieved institutionality does require specific attention. I would close by saying that part of my reflection here would be for us to consider the scenarios that are more regional here. A good part of the regulatory bills that we've seen in our monitoring are in one of those three, along one of those three red lines that we've mentioned. Regulation is necessary, but let's be careful to not over-regulate. We need regulation, but we shouldn't have a blind faith in platform regulation. We heard the representatives of major platforms a while ago, and a lot of the measures that they proposed have to do with the fact that regulation is welcome in the world of freedom of expression. But we should cast a critical eye on blind faith being put into regulation. And lastly, the last red line is that it's not good, it's not advisable to go after intuitive solutions. Many of the bills that have been projected in the region, proposed in the region, have to do with someone in some parliament has raised their hand seeking to find a solution coming out of their small 3 or 4 member group, a solution for problems that are extremely complex and require considerations of geopolitics or other social problems and so on. But also domestic polarization for women could also be difficulty or a risk here. A lot of the significant progress made in Europe and a lot of what has been achieved in the United Nations have to do with contributing domestic conversation to multilateral conversations. And that's where the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights takes a stance to take all of these claims and come back with recommendations of standards that avoid polarizations that are very crude today in our society. This comment you're making on self-regulation is extremely important because on digital platforms and considering freedom of digital expression is something that we consider as being new, and yet there are examples in history of sectors that have been self-regulating for decades, and there are examples of success and maybe examples of not so much success. So that's a reflection that we should have. Another question that I would like to ask is the debate regarding the fight against disinformation and especially gender violence online. Does that directly affect the right to freedom of expression? And what are the current recommendations of your rapporteurship along these lines in Latin America? Our monitoring has been present, and the more technology is used, there is a greater uh, increase in reports of violence against women journalists, and some of the previous panels have already referred to this issue. Now, I think that it's important also to identify online violence against women. One purpose, a posterior purpose of silence, that is when we have actions like doxing, like curtained actions, that become such a loud noise that it can result in having the people who are victims of this type of coordinated action to feel that they have to make a choice between continuing or not continuing in public debate. Then also it has impacts on freedom of expression, mainly on the voices over which they exercise historic powers, which have not allowed them to come into public debate, but also lesson teaching voices, which tell us about the danger of historical efforts to eliminate certain voices from public debate. And here is where we could reflect and say, well, maybe it's a very powerful load on the shoulders of a woman who wants to participate in public debate. And there, maybe the institutional capacities of the states are limited, and on the other hand, the capacities and to a certain extent the responsibilities of industry to not accelerate or be a permissive vector for these forms of violence. In 2022, the rapporteurship of violence in different systems, the OEA and the United Nations and so on, issued a joint declaration regarding gender-related violence, and we stated that it's important not only to protect the voices that are participating in public debate, but also to qualify, for example, the discourse of women who report violence against women as a discourse that requires special protection. What this means is that any limitation, whether public or private, judicial or legal, regarding the discourse of women who report violence against women could have double impact, not only at the individual dimension of the woman who seeks to express herself, but also on the effect that it could have on the possibilities for reporting abuse or violence against women. Disinformation and violence, and as I heard the previous panels, I thought this could be a reading that would supplement and from the position of the rapporteurship could create a set of questions. Disinformation and violence are not just entities that are on the internet and that are created, reproduced, and die by themselves. We need to ask ourselves who activates these and with what purpose? Who is benefiting and who is suffering from this? And I think it's important to put this out in on the forefront of electoral uh, experiences because there is a great impact of the use of disinformation and using gender violence. Reference voice in a democracy are those players who, because of the position that they have, which could be a politician, male or female, a leader of a political party, an electoral authority, because of the methodologies that they apply, which could be academia or could be science, or because of the place that democracy has given them, such as the means of communication and journalism, these media of reference do participate with democratic values, can be of great help in solving these issues. But if they come to unprotected discourses, they are a tremendous accelerator and they make it more difficult for us to solve problems that we have as a society. More simply explained, if we have racism in our societies, we have a giant problem that we need to combat, and the national system of human rights obligates us to face and eliminate those problems. But that problem becomes accentuated exponentially in the voices of reference, and I'm a firm believer in the voices of reference in a democratic society, scientists and politicians and so on, communication media and journalists, it's not acceptable for them to deliberately use disinformation, and it's not acceptable for them to deliberately resort to violence of any type for two reasons. These are not acceptable tactics in democratic debate. One, because politics has a vocation of uh, living together in community and a certain aspiration of having that living to be peaceable. And we express our differences through public debate. That's why I think that violence isn't a tactic that is admissible in democratic processes. But the second reason has to do with disinformation, and that is that at this point in the history of humanity, we shouldn't be starting conversations giving place to the argument of as to whether the Earth is flat or not. In other words, it's not admissible for the referent voices in a democracy to resort to disinformation because the deliberations starts off with the best information available and possible. And the more our team works on these topics, the more we find there are analogous trends that are even more urgent and important than technological dimensions. And along this line, Nazism, for example, is not a protected discourse. It's a discourse that at some point humanity was able to take to the corner of irrelevancy, which is where unprotected discourses belong. A discourse that eventually could be increasing because of technology, and that's a problem where voices of reference, science, and academia should not be a vector for amplification. It's almost alarming to hear some of these things. In practice, I think that we face so many different obstacles for the freedom of expression that sometimes it feels somewhat like something overwhelming. We have little time left. We have just a few minutes, but I think that for those who are here, it would be unfair to not ask about a threat to the freedom of expression, which is being experienced in Latin America very specifically, unlike other regions. And that is the threat of organized crime. So I would like to close with a question that is more propositional. What can citizens do to protect freedom of expression, not only of journalists who live under the threats of organized crime in these Latin American countries, but what are the tools that are available to protect freedom of expression in this area? The notice of time is always left aside, but for censure to be effective, and we should say that there are many legal and illegal powers that are interested in censoring. organized crime wants the fewest eyes possible focused on their activity. But in a similar manner, politics often doesn't want to be focused on. Uh, but censors tends to be successful if two factors are combined simultaneously. One is institutional tolerance to censor, and I don't think there's any problem with censor existing or for them to participate in the actions of censorship. And the second thing is for there to be social tolerance of censorship. There are female journalists who are in countries at risk, and I've had the opportunity to talk to them and say to them, your protection comes from your audience. Your protection comes from the backing that you have from society and the cost that there would be for everybody if something happened to you. And I think that along this line, beyond freedom of expression, this is a basic right, and it has to do with, once again, to get our society to be uh, respectful and fond of the freedom of expression. It seems that every day we go in or out of Twitter to defend something that we find very important or valuable that some other bad person wants to take away from us. And freedom of expression is that one and only right that allows us to have access to other rights. We talked about disinformation a while ago. There's also disinformation toward women to uh, pro- limit their access to information regarding their sexuality and reproductive functions. And that's something very important in this period, which is the ability to discern by oneself. And when I talk about discerning, I'm talking about individual and collective discernment, because there are public and private powers that want to discern for each one of us. Thank you very much. I'll leave you with this message. If we tolerate it as a society, we lose it. We all lose. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you for being with us, and continue with our program, please. Thank you, panelists, for being involved in this talk. And we close out this forum, which is a topic which is central and has to do with technological issues. It's talking about approaches to reforms to regulation of social networks and artificial intelligence, something that's been debated around the world. And once again, we have with us Alejandra Lagunes, a senator of the Partido Verde in Mexico. So allow a few minutes here. We would also invite Marta Pudon, an official from official of Article 19 Human Rights. Alinea Santos, director of ALAPIA, La Brasil, a member of the Directive Committee of the Global Coalition for Technological Justice. And Ruth Alejandra Lopez, senator from Movimiento Ciudadano. And to moderate this table, we will have Elia Castillo, who is a journalist from El País. And for the panel, we would need Alejandra Lagunes. Should we continue? Without her. I'm being told that she'll be arriving in 5 minutes, and she'll join us in just a moment. So let's go ahead. Well, welcome everyone to this forum and to this final panel. As we've heard already, it has to do beyond the elections, approaches to regulation of platforms and social networks and artificial intelligence. It's a topic that is very timely at this point where the AI industry is growing at an irrepressible rate, and where forecasts warn us that by 2030, at least 70% of businesses will have applied some form of artificial intelligence in their businesses. And in addition, this topic involves a threat to fundamental rights of individuals, especially maybe just as an example, on platforms of social networks. Those who have the control to regulate can also find themselves in positions of silencing the freedom of expression, which we've seen recently related to artificial intelligence. But you are the experts in this topic, and maybe we should start off with you, Nina, as we wait for Senator Lagunes to arrive. First of all, I would like to ask you, what is the status at this point in the conversation regarding regulation of platforms in Brazil, as well as other interventions that could be taken by public power to combat disinformation and gender violence online? Well, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be here. Before getting started, I would also like to thank the organizers who brought me all the way from El Salvador in Brazil to be here and to learn a little more with you regarding these phenomena in Latin America. And I think that very pleased also to be able to speak right after Pedro Vaca's message, because I think he's brought forward a lot of elements for the debate on regulation. And when we talk about regulation of social networks in Brazil, I think that we're talking about a situation in which we are still dealing with this topic as something exceptional and not as an ordinary topic. I say this because we have had a lot of actions to combat gender violence and disinformation and the moderation of content on digital platforms, but not in a very structured manner. We could speak, for example, at the moment of the elections of 2022, which were the last presidential elections in Brazil, a very important moment when we had a wave of disinformation, which was enormous. And there was some very important action there of the judiciary to establish limits to disinformation on digital media. And it was an action which at that time, an emergency moment, was a very important action. But neither is it an action which leaves a legacy in the form of a path for us to go forward in all moments of our life, because our lives are online. We need rules not just for one election or one moment of crisis. Even at this point in time in Brazil, we're going through a very serious moment of crisis with the flooding in the south of the country. And one of the elements in disinformation, which does all the work of rescue and help to the people who are losing their lives, their homes, and so on, it makes their work much harder. And there are actions from the executive power to try to mitigate the problems of disinformation at another time of crisis. But we haven't made progress with more structured measures of regulation. I think that these measures are very important for us to be able to think about this problem, not as an extraordinary problem, but as an ordinary problem, which is in our daily lives. And I think that there are three elements which are the most important in explaining why we haven't made progress with legislation. And unlike other countries, I would say the discussion of regulation in Brazil has been a very lengthy discussion. We have a bill that has been discussed since 2020, that is 4 years ago. It's been discussed at length by civil society, government, at the different government levels. And this legislation didn't prosper for so far, or hasn't prospered for three reasons, I think. The first is the force of big tech against the project. Last year, there was an intention to vote on this project. It didn't prosper precisely because the big tech companies took some very important lobbying action, both in person and online. The second reason is an appropriation of this dilemma regarding freedom of expression and the regulation of platforms, which is being managed by authoritarian groups. I think that this is a very important discussion, but we need to understand that freedom of expression has not been delimited, and that today we don't live in a totally free digital environment. There are rules, but the rules that we have today have been established by private companies with very little transparency. And lastly, precisely what Pedro Vaca was referring to is to how disinformation affects more greatly the more vulnerable groups. But these are precisely the groups which are the most poorly represented in the spaces of power. Thank you very much, Nina. And welcome, Senator Alejandra Lagunes. Just on this very topic, and in this same regard that Nina was mentioning, I would ask you, what is the status of the conversation at this point in time regarding regulation and legislation to regulate the social networks platforms in Mexico and other interventions or other initiatives or bills that could involve public power to counteract the disinformation and gender violence online. Thank you. And I thank El País for inviting me and for organizing this panel, which is extremely important because an essential part of it is information. How do we create consciousness of what we're experiencing now? And we're experiencing an unprecedented challenge, I think. We're experiencing a new era with the arrival of artificial intelligence, and this new age brings in, of course, many benefits, but also many challenges and risks. Unfortunately, as Nina was saying, the most vulnerable populations are those that will be the most negatively impacted, among them women. Speaking specifically of how Mexico is doing in matters of regulation, well, the uh, the Olympia law, which has been mentioned a lot recently, is actually not just one law; it's a modification of three laws. And what it does is, number one, to recognize and penalize digital violence against women, sexual violence, digital violence. And this is a great step forward, and it's a response to 8M. It's a social demand or suit by women. And in 2021, there was the approval of these modifications. However, in 2022, artificial intelligence arrives with all its power. And then we have the big fakes. Big fakes are those false uh, 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 representations where they can take your face, modify the appearance of your body. It may be in video form, image, audio, and actually, I think that this is the great issue because it's almost impossible, and this has been said even by the experts in these technologies, it's almost impossible to detect whether it's real or false. And it says that 90% of the internet content, 90% of internet content in 2026 will be big fake. And unfortunately, 99% of big fake is pornography, and it's related to women. So we are facing this challenge in which the Olympia law, we saw this case of the guy at the Poli who made those images, those videos of classmates of his, and he was not able to be prosecuted because the word deep fake is not, as of now, in the criminal code. And the in the House of Representatives and the House of Senators, there are 43 bills touching on topics of AI, of which 22 bills are modifications to the criminal code or typification or description of crimes. One of them has to do with deep fakes, and I think that it's one of the great backlogs that we have, and it's something urgent. It's urgent to regulate and prohibit and penalize from the legislative power, this power of the state, but also, as Nina said, here I think it's very important to consider the role of platforms because while Meta, Microsoft have announced that they are going to make transparent the use of AI in campaigns or political publicity, well, what are we left with if 90% of the content will be generated by artificial intelligence and 99% of deepfakes will have to do with pornography using women? So it's not sufficient to just create a watermark and say this content is AI because the damage has already been done and the damage is irreversible. So I think at this point in history, we must sit down and things are either black or white. There are no gray tones. It's black or white. And this causes damage, very deep damage. And it must be penalized by the state, but also platforms must prohibit that content. Just following that topic of legislation and the bills that are at the before the Congress now, I would like to ask Senator Ruth, who is also president or chairperson of the Commission on Digital Rights in the Senate, what proposals or bills are there regarding regulation of platforms uh, of social networks, as well as other legislation to counteract disinformation, which the senator has just commented on, as well as gender violence, until we have the guarantee of protection of individuals, fundamentally in these cases, women. Yes, thank you, Elia. Thank you, El País, for the kind invitation. I will also greet Alejandra, Marta, and Nina. I'm pleased to share this table with you who are experts in this topic. The Commission on Digital Rights has been created very recently, only as recently as November 2023. And many of the bills have moved on to other commissions and have not reached ours. I would also mention that there were many different political issues that made it possible for the Digital Rights Commission to rarely have a quorum and get together for legislative issues. This is because of the initiatives of the Morena majority to now have sessions on legislative issues. Thanks to the Senator Lagunes, we were able to have sessions on certain occasions. And thanks to them and to the other opposition colleagues, we were able to make progress on some of the topics. But, for example, I would share with you that as a woman, as a senator, and as also as chairperson of the commission, it's very important for me for all women to be able to live without fear, free and in peace, and that violence that we experience from day to day should all women have said that they have suffered online harassment at least once in their lives. And 90% of the victims of illegal distribution, not consensual, of intimate images, as Ali has mentioned, are women. Of course, we are the ones who are the most affected in digital environments. Ali has mentioned it already regarding the PN case of the girls who suffered this type of violence, but there are many more. We have cases of all the women who have suffered violence during electoral periods. And violence that occurs with them is also, as always, sexually oriented and it has to do with some linkage of with a male who is also in the world of politics, and the intention is to uh, deteriorate their public image. And we are concerned because downloading or taking down that type of content is almost impossible. INE has a good dialogue with Meta, and with them, they have managed to get some content removed. But it's also important to talk about who the owners of these platforms are. It's also important to know how, with Twitter, we can reach agreements, and with something else, we cannot reach any agreement. And with those teams that have to do with human rights, those were dismissed not only here in Mexico but also in other parts of the world. And there, the greatest number of, or the greatest amount of child pornography and women pornography is present. And I would like to see the Mexican Senate have this force that the American Senate has, where they can sit down with each of the owners and read to them all the damage and harm that they're doing. It would be nice if we could sit down with the owners of these platforms also and tell them that Mexico has a great problem of uh, the kidnapping of children in Mexico, and that this is not just a problem of freedom of expression. We're violating the rights of children and women. We're not only affecting their dignity, but also that of their loved ones and families. But the other thing is when these women experience violence or even assassination, and these are public elements in these networks, it seems that we're also harming the integrity and human rights of the victims and of their families. In that sense, we have presented some bills on the as a commission of the of digital rights in the Senate, and the first one that Ale mentioned, it has to do with description of the means of digital falsification. We're talking about the big fakes and the use of AI to make these um, photo mounts and harm people's reputation. And there are people with uh, economic power, such as Taylor Swift and others, who can eliminate this content. But those of us who don't have that financial power are helpless. We also propose sort of modifying the criminal code to penalize these actions and ensure for women a peaceful existence. But it doesn't only have to do with what we legislate, it also has to do with the faculties that we give policemen to be prepared so that they can do something. We go to the centers of justice for women and we go to report big fake, and they say that it is not a crime. Everybody thinks that there is a cyber police full of hackers and that at any time they can come in and eliminate information, but it's not so. So if we are already typifying conduct, we would also need to train local police forces to do their jobs. It could not be that possible that the army has access and they can do espionage on journalists and on activist women and on communities that have pure activism on social networks, and that women cannot be guaranteed a certain measure of safety. On the other hand, we presented the general law on digital rights, which is a first step in talking about digital rights. It's nice to hear Nina talk about the fact that in Brazil, there's been dialogue on this topic for some years. In Mexico, it's not happening. And it would be wonderful if each of us could push the agenda so that we could start regulating certain uh, topics. Certain companies have approached us to help us see some of their concerns, which ultimately many of them end up being financial issues. And we would rather have the platforms be very transparent and care of the data of private entities, because with them, giving them our data means financial benefits for them. They can, through AI means, find out more about what products you're interested in and what things you would like to buy and so on. In that sense, we want to begin to regulate. A few days ago, I was talking to Marta, who also came up to me with some questions because we were proposing the right to omission as a form of repairing damage to women. And she showed me that we could also end up being censors for those who are doing their journalistic tasks and performing their duties. So, rethinking the situation, we were proposing, or we do propose now, that we should not eliminate information that is of public interest that does not do violence to other individuals, but that rather we could offer information that will bring benefit and access to that information. What we do know is that whether it's censorship or not, we do need to take care of the rights of women and children and victims, and establish government mechanisms. We've heard from Pedro a few minutes ago about self-regulation, but also government institutions must ensure security and request the removal of content which goes against dignity or the right to live in peace without violence and with freedom. This is a challenge that we are still working on. In the coming legislature, we'll have to work on it as well. Thank you very much. Well, as we talk about regulation of platforms and social networks and artificial intelligence, Martha, could you share with us the criteria that should be key? What should we be caring for and paying attention to at the time of making this regulation? Thank you, and thanks to El País for the invitation to participate. For Article 19, it will always be important, first of all, to underscore the identification of the problem, which is that women in this country and the violence that they have moved to the digital environment. And I think that diagnosis is observable and quantifiable. It's not something that we're seeking to legislate to invent some damage or harm, but we're trying to solve rather a problem that exists already and is growing. However, in going back to the mention of Rapporteur Pedro Vaca, it's good to approach this debate understanding that internet and digital rights are protected due to the importance that they have at the individual level, but also at the collective level. That is, for years, it's been acknowledged that digital rights have the same protection as the human rights that are exercised in the physical environment, so that any type of regulation in matters of technology must approach the debate always from a perspective of human rights and never only from the perspective of ethics or existing conflicts on the topic. It's always something that needs to be approached from the perspective of human rights. We will find that there are commercial interests associated with digital platforms, interests which also come from state representatives, which have personal interests, as was mentioned by the rapporteur, which could be interested in silencing or inhibiting debate and inhibiting scrutiny and the capacity that people have to state their positions regarding their behavior. So, based on this, based on the fact that the internet is a technology that has made it possible for us to connect, express ourselves, and achieve relevant information, but also to mobilize and criticize. So, any type of regulation which directly or indirectly affects internet or digital rights or has to do with regulation of digital platforms and with AI is one that must be analyzed very diligently in the sense that, and here there are two basic questions for those who are just approaching this type of conversation. I think that we can begin to question, are they censoring us? Are they monitoring us? With this type of regulations or this type of intervention coming from the state, what is the danger that there could be in these for the way that we individuals express ourselves through the use of technology? because it might seem that this and other regulation deal with one problem, and sometimes they genuinely seek to solve it. Sometimes they do have a genuine concern about improving the conditions that populations and vulnerable groups live in. But they end up worsening the problem. For example, and as you know, Article 19 is an organization that defends the freedom of expression and information at the international level. We are the Mexico office and Central American office, and we have some very serious work of documentation regarding aggression experienced by journalists in this country. We have documented that with approved legislation, particularly electoral rights, and also the reforms to general laws and criminal codes having to do with the unauthorized use of sexual images, which is a reform of general law, although it's known as Olympia law. There has been a removal of content which is perfectly legitimate and legal, and this is being used to dissuade criticism. And a particular case that we have in a current case at the Supreme Court of the country, it involves copyright. They would seem to be small islands, but they eventually have an effect on human rights and on the internet, because what they're doing in those aspects is to censor, so that this happens in a manner where nearsightedly they are slowly removing information which is important and pertinent to individuals. And this is part of the aggressions that journalists have experienced. On the other hand, this type of legislation often appeals to uh, unitedness perspective. I think it's important to become aware of the backlog of the justice system in this country. What is the trust that we can have to go and report a violation of human rights? There is a percentage of impunity which is just unbelievable in a democratic system, which Mexico claims to be. I think this is very important. Uh, let's try to find a way to solve this problem, but from a perspective that truly encourages a debate, deals with the problems, and that doesn't necessarily negatively impact our rights. There are many proposals that can end up being very good in matters of dealing with these things. But for example, if what we want is to remove content because there is an irreversible harm that is specific, it's really not necessary to go other types of forms or add cyber something which is already typified. What we need is, okay, if we want to remove content because it's not protected or it does harm the dignity of a person, in fact, it could become dangerous in the democratic system, it needs to go through a due process. There needs to be an evaluator who knows the facts and interprets the laws correctly. It shouldn't be the digital platforms given the freedom to remove content at will. The rights are in maintaining the conversation, and this is a proposal that we have as Article 19 to increase the number of competitors in this market and approach this debate from the perspective of human rights to see how we can have a systemic digital perspective. This is already being considered in the inter-American law system, which is to deal with internet not as if it were radio or television. Individuals have agency. We are creators of content, and we must carefully protect the way that legislation is done in this area. What is the role of civil society in that analysis? Thank you. I get kind of nervous. I think that it's not just natural that for the civil society is against platforms. I appreciate what Senator Ruth and Senator Alejandra have done for us. They've opened the doors for us to be able to analyze those systems better, and it's a part of our expertise and our approach. And we want to defend human rights. We want to defend individuals. And in terms of artificial intelligence, for example, we want to challenge the way that traditionally we have conceptualized problems. If, for example, what we're saying is that the tendency now is to have deep fakes to continue with objectivization and the taking advantage of women and their bodies, and also to hurt or injure trans women, individuals, and reject their identities, we need to analyze what information is being fed by these algorithms, these computer systems that put out a result. What is feeding that? We need to question who is creating that technology, and we should question why it's not us and why we women are not part of the universities at a level with greater power than traditionally men have had. We should question what we can do now as state responsibilities to reduce the gap, and that would help us to take the technology for the agencies that we have instead of the traditional approach, which is to legislate to punish. Rather, let us legislate to guarantee. Thank you very much, Martha. And getting into the topic of artificial intelligence, Senator Alejandra, I would like to know what the challenges are that you run into or the risks that there are to ensure democracy when legislation is done on artificial intelligence, and how can those risks be countered at the time of regulating or modifying legislation to establish clear limitations for the use of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence actually arrived as a wave that we had not seen. And this affected absolutely everything, including democracy. Electoral processes today, well, there are 4 billion individuals who will go out to vote in the next few weeks around the world. 2 billion will vote for presidents. And in no country of the world was it possible to regulate the use of deepfake in electoral processes. What does this mean? That we are experiencing a great risk for democracy. Why? Because we are living in a post-truth era. At this point in time, we don't know what is real and what is false, and that's post-truth. We are building structures and ideas of the world based on what? Based on what we're consuming, on information that is being spewed out by social networks, which we spend 7 or 8 hours a day using. So in this post-truth world, it's very dangerous because we're going to go out to vote based on what? And there are countries like Mexico where we don't have a healthy mediation ecosystem. We don't have the capabilities to discern and to ask ourselves, this that I'm consuming and that I'm going to replicate, that I'm going to retwitter or repost, is it true? Is it good? Is it necessary? And this is the Socratic principle of realizing that we're a part of this ecosystem. And though the internet has given us the capability to be party and create also at the same time, it also imposes a responsibility on us. And why do I speak of the co-responsibility? Because the legislative power and the executive power are behind things. Technology always arrives first, and then regulation comes in, and then public policy comes in last. And in the face of this, what should we do? Well, we need to be co-responsible, both the platforms as well as society and government. And it's those fields of interest that we need to begin to work on. And I've been working for 25 years on the internet. For the first time, we are facing this very great responsibility of what we are consuming in terms of the need to discern and be very responsible about what we're uploading or reposting on internet and what we're sharing, because it's highly likely that it's false. Unfortunately, the date for having made changes to the electoral change was May 31st of 2023. When May was over, we began to see the use of deepfake in political campaigns. We've seen the Republicans in France, in Brazil. We've seen how they're using this, and as citizens, we don't know whether what we're seeing is false or not. And what really worries me is this matter of consciousness. We need to be highly responsible for what we're doing online. There's a term which is sharing team. We parents are sometimes sharing, for example, pictures of our children. Why? Because we want to share our children. I have two daughters. One is 17, one is 14. And they say, Mother, can you take down those pictures that you have of us of Instagram? And I said, but why? They're baby pictures of you. And they showed me this video where these baby photos are transformed into figures of adults. They put on them bodies of, well, doing pornographic videos with the image of a baby. And this is my responsibility, which I also have to respect the privacy of my children, my daughters. The fact that they're minors doesn't mean that they don't have rights to privacy and to information and data. So truly, I've been working on this for 25 years, and this completely changed my perception of my management of social networks and what I'm uploading as content. Because yes, we are facing an enormous challenge, and until regulation arrives, we need to be responsible for what we're sharing and for what we're uploading on our social networks. Thank you very much, Alejandra. In that sense, Nina, in the experience of Brazil and the matters of regulation, how have these challenges to democracy shown up? And how are you seeking to counteract these problems that can be faced when regulating the use of artificial intelligence? It's a very recent phenomenon, actually. So difficult to regulate, difficult to know how far we should go and where the limits are. But in Brazil, at this time, I think that we have two major actions that are important to mention. One action was taken by the higher electoral court, which emitted a resolution for the elections of this year. This year, we have municipal elections in Brazil. No presidential elections, but municipal elections we do have. And this resolution of the court was the first time that it speaks about artificial intelligence, and establishes two major standards. One is a standard of identification, that is the obligation to identify all the contents involved in artificial intelligence, which is, I think, a very basic standard. As the senator has said, it may not be so effective if we have 90% of the content created by AI. That is, if everything is identified as AI, it's like having nothing identified. So we'll need to wait and see how this works in the October elections. But there's a very clear rule there about the identification of the use of artificial intelligence in electoral content. And there's another rule dealing with deepfake precisely. and it prohibits the use of deepfake in electoral contents. This is not a general law in Brazil. It's a law for the elections of this year. So we're going to test it and see what happens and how it can be controlled by the court and by civil society and by business. So we'll see how it works. On the other hand, in the legislative area, we have a bill of that's before the Senate regarding AI, which seeks to establish the basic rules for the use of technology, which are very interesting. They're laws of transparency. They're, yes, rules for transparency. As Martha was saying, rules about what are the data being used to train these intelligences to better understand the databases that are behind these artificial intelligences. They are also rules regarding the information of the users, the protection of data of citizens. But there are 2 points that seem very dangerous to me in this legislation. It's not yet been passed, but it's being discussed at this point in the Brazilian Senate. The first point is the point of use of technologies for facial recognition, which seems to us something very dangerous. I'm going to speak, of course, of some of the reality in Brazil. We have this racist phenomenon in Brazil, which is very, very serious. And we have many examples of studies that show how the use of facial recognition works to reinforce racist phenomena. In fact, in operations of the police forces, in other areas of our daily life also, but even in the police force activities. And this is an important point that I think is a risk. And a second point regarding legislation has to do with the use of AI in lethal weapons. This clearly appears in legislation on digital rights, but when we're talking about regulating artificial intelligence, we're also talking about the use of major weapons, lethal weapons, and these are based on information whose and if they're based on information that we ignore the source of, they're even more dangerous. That's the status of the discussion on regulation of artificial intelligence in Brazil. I would like to end up by saying that the legal bases are essential for this discussion, but I also think that we need to go beyond that regarding the legal basis, because ultimately we're talking about the sovereignty in our territories, and we also need to talk about the creation of an information agenda starting in our realities of recent democracies where, for example, racism is a great problem by countries that have historically suffered inequalities, which are often far removed from centers of power decision making, and far from the places where artificial intelligence bases are located. So maybe our mission and our work is to build this agenda based on other bases and other suppositions. Thank you, Nina. In the Mexican experience, Ruth, in the area of the Mexican Senate or the Congress, are there already initiatives regarding the regulation of artificial intelligence and also regarding how to counteract the precariousness of democracy and how to establish the fair limits to avoid ending up in a state of violation of human rights. Yes, we have two proposals. One made by Senator Madero. His proposal is the law that would regulate the use of artificial intelligence. And the second is to reform the 17th section of Article 73 of the Constitution. This was proposed by Senator Alejandra Lagunes. Both make a lot of sense. The initiative of Senator Madero has the purpose of regulating the introduction, development, and use of systems of artificial intelligence to ensure due protection of rights against discrimination and the protection of personal information and also intellectual rights. Also, I think that this is a very interesting proposal. It's worth mentioning because the purpose is to keep artificial intelligence from crossing these boundaries into commercialization of services or systems of artificial intelligence. And I will read this. To use subliminal techniques to provoke physical or psychological prejudices or to take advantage of some of the vulnerabilities of a specific group of individuals to substantially alter the behavior of a person, to generate a discriminatory treatment of stereotypes or differentiating treatment, also for the biometrical remote or real-time biometrical identification unless its use is for possible identification of victims of a crime, localization of individuals who have committed a crime, or to ensure national security, and also to not alter images, audio, or videos associated with data to present it as true to influence users this way. We have sat down with different persons, some, of course, who are in favor of the regulation, especially creative industries and the creative economies, artists, especially who want the regulation to begin to be effective so that their voices and their persons are not harmed and so that new content can be created that will be financially profitable. The second proposal, coming from Senator Alejandra Lagunes, proposes the creation of laws regarding artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and neuro rights. There is a session in the Senate. There is a commission on digital rights. It doesn't exist in the House of Representatives, however. That's what we have so far. It's also important to mention that not long ago, we were talking to the team of advisors and we were asking them to test ChatGPT or some platforms which use artificial intelligence. And we could ask ChatGPT itself, what were the dangers that we could expect from the use of artificial intelligence? And surprisingly, it gives you a list that is worrying. For example, the use of weapons or lethal strategies to lead us into an unprecedented war. It seems amazing to me that a chat GPT can know which way things could go. And for that reason, it's important to listen to the conversations in different parts of the world and listen to different experts and academicians who have asked for the signing of agreements which establish mechanisms so that artificial intelligence will not be used in a negative sense or that will be harmful to citizens, but rather for it to be used to improve the conditions on our planet. We've seen how with applications we can do waste separation, improve the environment with these platforms, but also we could see other things. For example, I think that from artificial intelligence, we could develop the identification of deep fakes, and that's something that's not being worked on. So, of course, the creators have a route that they're following, but it would be good also to have a discussion that could provide direction for their activities. Thank you, Senator. And in the topic of artificial intelligence, I would like to ask you, Martha, since you're an advocate for human rights, what are the criteria that should be established as non negotiable in regulating artificial intelligence, and how can civil society make a contribution to the debate for the creation of these limits? Basically, the criteria are very similar to everything that has to do with the exercise of human rights, with access to and exercise of digital rights. But I would refer to the fact that there are technologies that are incompatible with human rights. From their birth, they're horrible, and we're talking about those that are being discussed in Brazil, and they're farther along in the debate on this topic. And these are technologies that are used for biometric recognition. These technologies are incompatible in the sense that they can facilitate selective surveillance or mass surveillance, which is not legal. It's arbitrary, and it can easily be misused, especially in contexts like the context of Mexico, where there are no regulations in this matter, which would truly avoid the misuse of technologies for surveillance and for espionage, but are used exclusively by the armed forces, the army, police forces, and government entities which have no authority to do it and which do not have a court order to tap personal communications. Think of the Pegasus or Carmen Aristegui case. Carmen Aristegui was a victim of phone tapping last presidential period. And the victims of the many that there were in Mexico, particularly of journalists, activists, and defenders of human rights, Carmen, as a journalist, was the only one where her family also had their phones tapped. Her son, Emilio, who at that time was a minor. So we find that violence and the violation of the right to privacy, which has to do with her right to freedom of expression as a journalist, was violated in a differential manner because she was a woman. Because apparently the children of men were not attacked, whereas uh, this situation has already been recognized by the sentence that exists as of this year in her trial. It's clear that there is differential um, harm being done, and this generates the existence of censorship and fear, and that sources may not want to come to a journalist who are because they're victims of wiretapping. And what we are requiring as different organizations, a lot of us here present, is that there be a moratorium on this type of technology until there's regulation in the matter, which will prevent arbitrary, illegitimate, and illegal use on the part of public forces, uh, police forces, armed forces, which should not have this type of technology. They should not use them to violate human rights. That's one thing. And a second issue, talking about AI, because now we're talking a very specific AI, which is called generative, when it creates a paragraph or creates an image or a video and so on. But in the same sense of generative AI, not all of it is used for evil purposes. It's not all used to harm others. There are also technologies which are used in different sectors to translate, to synthesize, and so on. And we are assuming that there's the use of artificial intelligence in the justice sector. This means that in the general attorney's office, for example, the uh, executives could be using AI to map the different sentences that there have been in Mexico but also in the world, and to synthesize information and to using that information to feed their decision and their sentences in a certain direction. So we should also question the case of women. What is the information that is being fed in, and who is feeding that information? What are the cases that are being analyzed with this technology, and in what direction did the sentence go? That's important for women also, because it implies that if we cannot quantify, if we don't know for sure how this technology is being used, especially in the system of defense of justice, to decide, we cannot know also whether there are implicit biases which are leading to biased deliberations and sentences against women. So from a high level, that's a little bit of the status. Uh, but I would say that we should question those structural elements that could be conducive to an environment of fear and underprivileged circumstances for women. Well, we have some questions from some of our audience here for all panelists. The first one is, in terms of regulations that are pending regarding artificial intelligence, don't you feel that it's more urgent to regulate the use of AI in systems of biometrical identification, surveillance, and racial profiling, which is already used by public security officials? Senator Lagunes, could you answer that question? Yes, I think that before that, or maybe along with it, there's a great debt, which is to have a cybersecurity law. Mexico is one of the 5 most cyber attacked countries, and this does a lot of damage to people's wealth, businesses, reputation. 7 out of every 10 businesses in Mexico have had to shut down. We're talking about medium-sized and small companies after a cyber attack, because it's extremely costly to recover those databases, or extremely costly to recover the trust of your users or customers. So artificial intelligence is an emerging technology. It's a new technology. That's the umbrella, but the base to be able to use that technology and for it to be a transforming technology is security. So I think one of the great pending issues is to have a general law for cybersecurity. We've been working in a group where we have Article 19 involved to be able to differentiate national security from public security. And in fact, cybersecurity law, of course, would deal with the topic of profiling, the use in weapons, the use of automatic weapons through AI, the use of biometrics, and so on. So I think that the great pending issue, which should be urgent, is cybersecurity, because within that one, there will be mention of the other topics. Senator Ruth or Nina, either one? Yes, I also feel that there are several things pending, and also debts with Mexicans. And for example, it's regrettable to acknowledge that this legislature approved the use of biometrics. That should not have happened ever. And yet the overwhelming majority facilitated that. I also agree with the need for a law of cybersecurity, but the 2 proposals, one to the House of Representatives and one to the Senate, reinforce or gives faculties to the military and to the army in these tasks. It seems to be that it should be the faculty of civil institutions, which have been being dismantled gradually. And from there, we should take care of transparency, personal information, and the security of each one of us. Nina, you were the first to deal with this topic. Is there anything else you have to say? Yes, in Brazil, this is a very important topic. Of course, it's being discussed in the bill on artificial intelligence, but there are also technologies in use by the police of certain Brazilian states, and these are being very harmful. So I think it's an urgent debate, and it's a debate which, once again, shows us the harm of having technology that do not dialogue with our realities. In other words, I have a lot of resistance to see all of this debate based on a very technically centered focus, as if the existence of technology could make a democracy better or worse. I like to look at this as an interaction between technologies and society. The problem with facial recognition technologies specifically, and biometrics generally, but facial recognition more specifically, one of the problems is that these technologies are not based on societies such as ours or the Brazilian society. They aren't capable of understand and identify all the elements, all the nuances, all of the issues that are at stake when we talk about a society like the Brazilian society. So I think that we do need to create regulations for the use of that technology. And once again, I want to say that I think that, again, we're talking about matters of sovereignty as to how we can make our countries be also producers of technology, producers of mentalities, and focuses on digital issues and artificial intelligence based on our particular realities. Thank you, Nina. And in the topic of human rights, Martha, is there any prioritization as far as what is urgent in the matter of regulation for AI? Well, the moratorium for certain technologies that are incompatible with human rights, which serve for individual and massive monitoring of the population, and accountability regarding technologies that are already being implemented by various organisms and government institutions, of which we do not have access to their information. That is the most important backlog, and it's something that we need right away because of persisting human rights violations. As long as we don't have legislation to protect us. Thank you very much. There are many questions from those who are here present. We don't have a lot of time now. Let's see if maybe we could be brief in our answers, but I think it's important. Since there are alternatives to not end up over-regulating, what would be the ones to avoid having genuine content or legitimate content be removed once there is regulation? Who would like to answer that? Yes, they do exist. In Mexico now, there's a mechanism called notification and removal. You can basically go to a digital platform and say, I have this problem, remove this content. According to the documentation of Article 19 regarding journalistic content, false requests come in for the removal of content because of poorly applied electoral right, gender violation laws, wrongly applied. Also, the diffusion of sexual images, such as the Olympia law and copyright law. So when the digital platform gets the notice, it may not be responsible. It may be exempt of sanctions if they immediately remove the content. So you notify them and the platform must remove the content. Otherwise, it will be subject to financial penalties. There's another procedure called a mechanism of notification, because in the first system of notification and withdrawal, any person can come in and say, take away that or eliminate that image because my shoulder is showing, and so therefore it's sexual image without consent. It doesn't give anybody the opportunity to dialogue about it and verify the content. So we can't just remove information for any reason. Uh, the notification and removal system doesn't allow for that, but the notification system does. You notify the platform, and the platform notifies the person so that there can be a system where there can be communication and a provision of evidence about what you are reporting. And this may result in fewer removals of content which are illegitimate and that will delete online content which is perfectly legitimate and protected by our justice system. Nina? Yes, two things. I think that this system is super interesting. I would like to try another approach to this issue. When we talk about over removal of content, often we're talking about state demands or public demands to remove content. But we should not forget that the platforms themselves remove a lot of content according to their algorithms and rules. And often we don't have transparency as to how these rules and content removals work. So I think we have a false impression that today on social networks, content is removed only when the state or the public requests it. But that's not the case. The platforms themselves remove a lot of content. We need to have a lot of transparency regarding what the rules are, and especially how those rules are applied to remove content by the platforms, because ultimately it's the platforms that are deciding what is valid and what is not, and in the public debate in our countries. So I think this is a first element. A second one, I believe, is that there's a device that is before the European uh, legislation, and there's an attempt to place it in a supposed legislation in Brazil, which doesn't exist yet. It's called the duty of care. It's the idea that some discourses, some topics, some social groups should have their discourses protected. It's the idea of creating different rules for the withdrawal of content of different types of discourses. For certain types of discourse, we would have notification system, or always going through the judicial system. For other discourses, we would have a system that would be a little more direct, so that it can be something a little bit faster, because we know that 3 seconds on the social networks can make a big difference. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your participation on this topic, which is a topic which will yet endure a lot of conversation and discussion. We really appreciate your participation on this panel. Thank you very much. We thank our panelists and to El País also, and we thank you for joining us. But we want to close this forum properly. We would like to ask Fernanda Sista Tecatl to come forward, the representative of Illuminate, and Ismael Martinez from El País. We want to close this forum in a proper manner, and we thank you all. Hello once again. Good afternoon. I'll be brief, I promise. Thanks to all of you who joined us in the discussion, both online and in person, as speakers or as participants, live or remote. At a point which is so crucial for our democracies, I am filled with encouragement to have been able to get together such an outstanding group of experts from different sectors to deal with these urgent topics. Though the recent centrality of technology in public and political debate continues presenting challenges, which are added to the structural problems of our societies, as we have observed in the first panel, and it's been mentioned in this most recent one as well. The richness of the conversation that we've had today shows us that there are possible ways to create adapted solutions that match our realities and contexts. It's urgent to ensure that all the individuals, especially those who have been underrepresented, have the option, the rights, and the means to intervene in these processes that affect society. I trust you've enjoyed this debate as I have. I would like to especially give thanks to El País, represented by Jan, here with us for this very special event. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon. We have arrived at the end. Thank you for attending this international forum organized by Luminate and El País. I think that all of us have learned a lot regarding equity and what has been done in the area of equity and what is yet to be done, a task in which you can always count on the support of El País. Before saying goodbye, I would like to thank the Foundation Luminate for their struggle to keep alive this struggle for equity. And also, I'd like to thank all those who have been present here, the speakers, the moderators, the audience that has been with us live in person, and those who have followed us through the streaming. And we'll see you next time, which we hope will be soon. Thank you.
Principales desafíos para las mujeres en Colombia son sus vidas.
La justicia abierta feminista llama a salirnos de los palacios de justicia.
El Estado tiene la responsabilidad de proteger a todas las mujeres. Que se les mide con vara distinta que a los hombres. Eu sempre conto para ele que eu e minha irmã tomamos uma surra dupla, onde um dia nós mentimos para nossa mãe e fomos fazer campanha no centro da cidade, teve muito protesto, você vai assumir o Ministério da Igualdade Racial, e foi assim, aí tivemos uma conversa bem proveitosa e importante também. Eu perguntei para ele da autonomia que eu teria no governo e garanti a ele que eu estava aceitando para trabalhar, que ele podia contar comigo.
Só que ainda que nós sejamos um dos lugares que mais acessa a internet no mundo, que mais fica diante de telas, a gente tem também um acesso que é muito desigual.
Caso de las mujeres lideresas que nos enunciamos como feministas, tenemos que cargar con algo que es estigmatizado y es creer que el feminismo está buscando destruir a los hombres, desaparecerlos, aniquilarlos, cuando en realidad lo que estamos buscando es una sociedad mejor para todos, para todas y para todes.
Hay una cierta valoración, no solo en el mundo de la política, también de la sociedad. Y la presión a las mujeres es muchas veces que tienen que elegir entre tu vida privada o tu vida pública. Cuando una mujer habla duro, es gritona, pero si un hombre habla duro, es fuerte. Cuando una mujer habla con carácter, es soberbia, es grosero, pero un hombre habla con carácter y es un berraco.
he tenido la oportunidad de viajar a otros países como activista, como luchadora social y hoy en día como diputada federal y hacia el exterior ven a un México de avanzada. Eso es muy bonito, que nos vean como un México de avanzada, sí, pero desafortunadamente aquí, en la práctica, en los hechos, no es así.
No hay razón para pensar que la justicia tiene que ser en un edificio o que el edificio hace parte de la justicia. Tenemos que recuperar la idea de justicia y desburocratizarla. Las mujeres no sabían que podían divorciarse, pensaban que necesitaban la firma de alguien, pensaban que si perdían el divorcio se iban a la cárcel, que no podían rehacer sus proyectos de vida con otras personas porque automáticamente sus hijos perdían el derecho a la pensión alimenticia. En fin, una serie de desconocimiento que creaba derechos y que creaba, digamos, como agencia, o quitaba más bien agencia en las mujeres.
No podemos permitir más esos discursos de odio porque sí, desafortunadamente son la antesala de muchos sucesos desagradables.
Yo creo que cualquier mujer en cualquier ámbito en que fue pionera, se presentan muchas dificultades y obstáculos.
Tenemos que demostrar todos los días de nuestras vidas que somos buenas madres, que somos buenas hijas, que somos buenas lideresas, que nos merecemos los salarios que tenemos, que nos merecemos tener una vida digna, una vida libre de violencias. Y la realidad es que el desafío más grande es lograr tumbar esas violencias que históricamente nos han oprimido.